After walking out of the forest, Chen Xiang stood at the peak. Looking into the distance, he could see the blurry shadows of a few large, immortal palaces. Although they could be seen, they were very blurry and were very far away too. After walking out of the forest, Chen Xiang stood at the peak. Looking into the distance, he could see the blurry shadows of a few large, immortal palaces. Although they could be seen, they were very blurry and were very far away too. These are just the few immortal palaces outside. There are more than 100 of these in the entire myriad Dan immortal country. Chen Xiang muttered, this was the power of an immortal country, to be able to control so many huge immortal palaces, and there were many of these powers in the heaven realm. This myriad Dan immortal country should be considered to be one of the more powerful ones, able to compete with forces like the devil-suppressing divine palace and the fire divine palace. It's just that this is a relatively neutral immortal country. We rarely start a fight with others. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang came to the closest immortal palace, which was slightly smaller than the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace S, but he did not plan to stay there. He wanted to go to the main palace, which was also the center of power for the myriad Dan immortal country. Originally, he wanted to use the transmission array, but he didn't have any spiritual crystal left. He reckoned that he would be able to live in a room or something like that. This was the first time he was this poor. Wait until my dragon vein evolves into the level of spiritual crystal. I will be the richest person in the 9 heavens. Chen Xiang consoled himself. Chen Xiang spent 3 days and used the fastest speed to rush to the main palace of the 1,000 Dan Immortal Palace. The walls here were not very high and were slightly shorter than the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace's 30,000-meter wall. Furthermore, the high walls here seemed to be made of wood and had a grain of wood. 10,000 spiritual crystal. Seeing that Chen Xiang did not know the rules and did not give the spiritual crystal an appointment, a guard immediately stopped him. Chen Xiang currently did not have any spiritual crystal, but this did not mean that he was very poor. With difficulty, Chen Xiang fished out a jade tablet from the storage magic treasure. It was given to him by He Feng. When he saw the jade medallion, the guard immediately felt deep veneration for him. He hastily stepped aside to let him enter. Chen Xiang felt good inside and then swaggered in. This jade plate is really good stuff. It helped me save 10,000 spiritual crystal. Chen Xiang was secretly happy in his heart as he put away the jade tablet. Upon entering the immortal palace, Chen Xiang immediately felt that the place was much more powerful than the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace, mainly because of the strength of the people inside. There were many mid to late stages immortals, and also many treasures and pills that were sold in the shops. After walking around outside for a bit, what troubled Chen Xiang the most was that he could only watch because he did not have a spiritual crystal. Especially when he entered some of the pill stores, he wanted to try out some of the so-called famed experts who had refined some of the pills. Little scoundrel, you're being watched. Just as Chen Xiang walked out of a pill shop, Long Shui said, I didn't offend anyone. Chen Xiang had only entered the immortal palace for 4 hours, yet he had not spoken much with anyone before he was set on. Long Shui said, I thought so too, but I recognized that guy's appearance. He was previously concealed very well. I didn't even realize that he had followed me all the way from the entrance. I understand. Maybe it's because I used that jade plate. It seems that I have to quickly change my appearance. Chen Xiang continued to stroll around, but he had a goal in mind, which was to get rid of the people following him. Not long after, Chen Xiang turned into a middle-aged big man, walked past the person who was following him, and sneered in his heart. Continued to follow the illusion created by the little naughty dragon. Long Shui laughed tenderly. Let's go for a month or so, and see how long he can follow us. Chen Xiang Pa S said by many luxurious hotels and inns, and really wanted to go in and take a look. However, the spiritual crystal beside his hand couldn't even stay in the most ordinary of inns here. Let's go up to the high wall and take a look at the scenery. Chen Xiang was only strolling in the outer circle. In the center was the palace area, and there were even more innates in the vicinity. And there was even a fight that was brewing. At this time, the sky was clear and the walls were not shrouded by clouds, which allowed them to look down on the main palace. However, they could only see a small part of the palace, and it was even more blurry in the distance. Boom! Above the blue sky, a great rumbling sound could be heard. Everyone that was attacking immediately raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a huge door appear in the sky. It's the Dragon Gate. The people from Imperial Dragon Clan are here. Long Shui said. This huge golden door was covered with carvings of all sorts of dragons. After the door was opened, a dragon's roar resounded, enveloping the entire horizon. It was extremely terrifying, as if a huge dragon was about to descend. This is the teleportation saint artifact of the Imperial Dragon Clan, named Dragon Gate. It can teleport at will through the 9 heavens. Long Shui explained. A ray of golden light shot out from the Dragon Gate, which then disappeared. Only a golden mist was left in the sky, and more than 10 golden-robed people appeared under the high wall. They were most likely the Emperor Dragon who had just come out of the Dragon Gate. There are 2 holy dragons. The rest are all fire dragons and the like, but they all have a very strong Emperor Dragon aura. The strongest one should have the strength of a Dragon King. Long Shui said. His voice carried a burst of killing intent. Qin Xiang had rarely seen Long Shui with such killing intent. Qin Xiang asked, "Is he your enemy?" However, the moment he entered the door, he immediately rushed towards the nearest transmission array. Many people did not even see his face, and they were teleported away, probably to the central region. You are the leader of the Dragon Subduing School, and I am the very high elder of the Dragon Subduing School. How do you think we should deal with this kind of dragon? Long Shui retracted her killing intent and snorted. Qin Xiang chuckled. This will depend on whether the dragon's value is worth it to attack. If it's someone like that Prince Imperial Dragon, I think it's very necessary. Just as Qin Xiang walked down from the high wall and arrived on the ground, he felt a strong wave of the power of the Holy Dragon surging from the center of the wall, followed by a somewhat familiar aura. This is... Qin Xiang was shocked. It's the Imperial Avian race. I didn't expect the situation in the Myriad Dan immortal country to be so complicated. Long Shui said, Imperial Dragon Clan and Imperial Feather Race probably wanted to support a prince to become the new king, so they all secretly helped, so that he could have some power in the Myriad Dan immortal country. Originally, Qin Xiang did not plan to beat up such a bustling place, but he was lacking spiritual crystalless right now, and he also wanted to see if he could take out 1 or 2 dragons and refine a batch of dragon pills to satisfy his craving. Thus, after discussing with Long Shui and the others, he decided to join in the fun and see if he could find some good stuff as well. Originally, Qin Xiang did not plan to beat up such a bustling place, but he was lacking spiritual crystalless right now, and he also wanted to see if he could take out 1 or 2 dragons and refine a batch of dragon pills to satisfy his craving. Thus, after discussing with Long Shui and the others, he decided to join in the fun and see if he could find some good stuff as well. Qin Xiang, who had the idea of robbing the dead and rich, traveled a long distance inside this gigantic immortal palace and headed to the center region to see if he could find any benefits. He felt that his time to dab oil on his feet was really great. If he did not go this time, he would definitely let down his ancestors. It seems like there isn't any great war. I've come for nothing. Qin Xiang was a little disappointed on the way back because he saw that many people were like how they usually were. There were many empty areas in the immortal palace that had no people and were places used for fighting. On the road, Qin Xiang Pa-S, said by many uninhabited forests, but he did not see any huge battles. It might not have started yet. This kind of combat, one, Tian, will more or less erupt into a huge battle. It's possible that Imperial Dragon Clan and Imperial Feather Race met just now and had a spar in terms of aura. Long Shui said, outside the main palace, Chen Xiang couldn't even afford to live in a house. But now that he was in the center of the area, he realized that even if he were to sleep on the main street, he might still be driven away. This central region of the myriad Dan immortal country is really powerful. I really want to pry a floor tile to sell. Chen Xiang walked on top of the floor tiles and discovered that the floor tiles were all made from a type of strange stone. There were spirit grain S on them that could gather immortal chi, causing the immortal chi in the central area to be extremely dense. Without capable people, it would be difficult to get along here. Just doing anything would require a large amount of spiritual crystal S. Looks like only a poor person like me would have the thought of sleeping on the streets. Chen Xiang looked at the incomparably dazzling pedestrians on the road and sighed in his heart. Isn't there only one person sleeping on the ground in front? You can go and accompany him. Long Shui laughed. Chen Xiang looked forward and discovered that there was indeed a slovenly old man lying at the entrance of a medicine store. This old man was holding a bone that was as large as a broom in his hand, and the flesh on it had already been eaten. This kind of person was incomparably dazzling in this sort of resplendent central region. A few pas Sirsby slightly creased their brows, but strangely they weren't chased away. Chen Xiang walked over. He wanted to see which deity this was, so that he could sleep in this place as though he was sleeping in his own home. There was no trace of politeness in his actions. He walked over to take a closer look and was stunned for a moment. When he looked again, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. This master. Chen Xiang screamed in his heart. This old man was actually his master, Huang Jintian. It's actually this old madman. I actually did notice. Long Shui was also very surprised. Huang Jintian realized that a middle-aged man was staring at him and immediately raised his head and shouted, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen anyone sleeping on the streets before? Do you dare to sleep?" Chen Xiang really wanted to ruthlessly kick his feet and then use his fastest speed to run away. Watch my feet. Thinking about that, he really did go over and kick Huang Jintian. His kick was very fast, but Huang Jintian also managed to dodge quickly and was not hit by Chen Xiang's kick. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. A gentleman doesn't even move his mouth. Yet you don't even move your hands. You've even moved your feet. Huang Jintian flew into a rage. After swearing, he found out that Chen Xiang had already disappeared. Chen Xiang was already sprinting on the street like a running rabbit. He was well aware of this crazy old man's temperament. He would definitely beat him up if he got caught by him. You won't be able to escape. Huang Jintian still hadn't realized that this was Chen Xiang. He only felt that this fellow was extremely bored, coming here to provoke him to sleep on the streets. What made him even angrier was that this fellow ran really fast. Just a moment ago, a group of people had been watching these two weirdos. One was a thick-skinned old man who was sleeping on the street, while the other was a bored old man who had observed this old man up close and had even kicked him. Originally, everyone thought that this kind of scene would happen. However, they didn't expect that Chen Xiang's lightning-fast treasure rush would make many people feel inferior. What was even more surprising was that the old man on the street was also very fast. As expected, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the central region of the myriad Dan immortal country. Seems like I'll have to have some ability if I'm bored. Otherwise, if I get caught, I'll definitely be beaten to death. Chen Xiang was not bored. He only wanted to lure Huang Jintian to a place with no one around. So he used such a method. Of course, he could send a sound transmission, but he was afraid that if this old lunatic Huang Jintian found out it was him, he would beat him up without saying a word. Finally, Chen Xiang desperately ran to the GRA. Slammed far away from the crowds of people and shouted, "Master, it's me, I'm Chen Xiang." What? Little B-A-S-T-A-R-D. You dare to provoke me in public? Are you tired of living? Huang Jintian suddenly shouted, increased his speed, and in the blink of an eye, caught up to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang immediately dodging the chaotic punch. Master, why are you here? The moment I came to the heaven realm, I looked everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you no matter how hard I searched. Chun Xiang changed the topic and asked. Huang Jintian did not use this method, his punches and kicks moving out, and every strike was extremely powerful and overbearing, bringing with it a very berserk dragon power. Huang Jintian was very strong, so he could not fight him head-on. Even if he had body of heavenly sage, it was still very painful to be hit, so he could only dodge. After hitting Qin Xiang for a while, Huang Jintian was also very anxious, because he did not manage to hit Qin Xiang, and was dodged by Qin Xiang in a very strange way. Huang Jintian suddenly stopped and asked seriously, "You're also here?" Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, walked over and said, "I am here because—" Before he finished speaking, Huang Jintian had suddenly flashed behind him and gave him a heavy punch. Qin Xiang had long prepared for this, and he had experienced Huang Jintian's moves many times before, so he anxiously used spatial teleportation to dodge. Humph, that's too insidious. You can use this strange movement skill. Stop fighting. Huang Jintian said, but Qin Xiang did not believe him and kept her distance. Qin Xiang chuckled. Master, I know that you want to see my strength. All of this is for my own good. Huang Jintian tidied up his hair and said, Little brat, your wings have grown harder. What are you doing here? The situation here is very complicated. Huang Jintian said, Let me say it first, I have heard that there will be people from the Imperial Dragon Clan here, so I plan to kill 1 or 2 Emperor Dragons. Qin Xiang was surprised that his crazy master would have such a thought. I'm here to make a fortune. Qin Xiang said with a serious face. When Huang Jintian heard that he was here to make a fortune, his eyes immediately lit up. Back when he was at Ditian, he already knew that Qin Xiang was a tyke, and that treated pills as food. When Huang Jintian heard that he was here to make a fortune, his eyes immediately lit up. Back when he was at Ditian, he already knew that Qin Xiang was a tyke. And that treated pills as food. Master, you have been in the heaven realm for a while. You should be doing well. Can you lend me 1,000 or so spiritual crystal? Qin Xiang rubbed his hands together. I am currently lacking in spiritual crystal, lacking in the flow of spiritual crystal. Huang Jintian shouted, If I had thousands of spiritual crystal S to lend to you, would I even need to sleep on the streets? If you don't have spiritual crystal S, why would you come here? Didn't I say it already? I'm here to make a fortune. Qin Xiang was extremely disappointed. You were just selling some pills, and the spiritual crystal came. Are you really that poor? Huang Jintian hugged his chest and said, How many spiritual crystal on you? There's still 3,000 like this. Qin Xiang said, Just this little bit. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Huang Jintian muttered to himself, then shouted, Lend me 2,000. I need it urgently. After Qin Xiang haggled with him for a while, and only gave him 1,500 spiritual crystal, he also wanted to keep a little of them by his side. Moreover, he didn't believe that Huang Jintian would be so poor. Master, the fellow from Imperial Dragon Clan is here. Do you want me to borrow a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword? Qin Xiang chuckled. Just give me the dragon pearls on their bodies when the time comes. Huang Jintian glared at him, curled his lips, and said, Lending me the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Don't you think my life is too long? Using a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in Heaven Realm. That's simply courting death. If Yao Tian and Mo Tian's people knew, they would definitely come to us. TCH it. Imperial Dragon Clan and Divine Saber Immortal Palace also thought that this blade was theirs, and would definitely partic. 1. P8. I can't use this blade. Unless I have no other choice, I must not expose myself. This heaven realm isn't like Ditian. Huang Jintian said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. Master, how about I go with you to kill dragons? I only want dragon pearls and dragon meat for you to eat. Huang Jintian really liked eating meat. Back then, at the bottom of the sky pit in Super Martial Profound Realm, he had often barbecued meat to eat. No, it's too dangerous to go with you. Kid, you will kill me. If you are exposed, I will be in trouble. Huang Jintian refused. Master, you really have no conscience. Just now, I gave you 1,500 spiritual crystal. Qin Xiang said snappily. If you want to kill the dragon, go. Do you think I don't know that the dragon pearl is more precious than the dragon's body? You want to take advantage of me? We'll kill each other. After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he turned around and threw it away. Qin Xiang wanted to ask some more questions, but did not give chase. I thought that master would be able to fish up some benefits, but not only did I not manage to get anything, he even took away 1,500 spiritual crystal. Qin Xiang sighed and then walked towards the center of the bustling area. What if he kills the dragon? That would infuriate the Imperial Dragon Clan, and we wouldn't have any dragon cores to eat. Long Shui said worriedly, My master, this old lunatic, doesn't need us to worry about him. However, if he really kills those dragons, it is indeed not a good thing. However, with my current strength, I cannot make a move as soon as possible. Qin Xiang said. He had just ascended to Heaven Realm, and would have to face those dragons head-on. He didn't know the other party's foundation, so he didn't dare to be reckless. Your master is very powerful as well. I didn't even notice that it was him. He must have undergone some changes while cultivating that Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu. Maybe he even made some changes on his own. Long Shui said. In Long Shui's eyes, Huang Jintian had always been a mysterious person who could not be seen through. He himself was a member of the undead race and had an endless lifespan, but Long Shui did not know how long he had lived for. He had once dominated the entire mortal realm a long time ago, and now that he was here in the Heaven Realm, he had started to have ideas about the Emperor Dragon, so he was definitely not a simple person. This central region was normal, and it didn't seem to be in chaos because of the battle for the throne. However, Qin Xiang felt that this was probably because the battle for the throne wasn't intense enough. Qin Xiang was searching for a pill shop here, wanting to see if he could find a job. He would temporarily have a place to stay, then see how the situation turned, and find a way to make a huge profit from this. Are you the pill sect? Do you have their jade token? An old man in charge of recruiting alchemists looked up and down at Qin Xiang, while Qin Xiang turned into a simple middle-aged man. This kind of appearance was indeed rather rare in the pill sect, and most of them were old men. The level of alchemist here was also around the same as Ditian's. Back then, Ditian's new division was set by the Tongtian aristocratic family and Sheng domain. It was probably based on this Heaven Realm. Of course, Qin Xiang would not mind being able to refine a high-grade ground-level pill, but he did not have the pill sect's jade tablet to prove it. I haven't taken the test yet, but I can concoct high-grade ground-level pills, Qin Xiang said. However, that would require him to duplicate a large amount of high-grade ground-level medicinal ingredients, and then refine a lot of them. It was very complicated, and he felt that if he had the time he might as well make higher-grade medicinal ingredients. The current creation divine liquid was extremely precious to him. Seeing the doubtful expression on the old man's face, Qin Xiang anxiously said, I can use my own medicine to display it. If I were to go for the A assessment, it will take a lot of time, and I will have to wait a bit before I take the examination, right? Qin Xiang had already investigated on this matter. That's right. If you had just been able to refine a high-grade ground-level pellet, you would have been unable to undergo the examination within a short period of time. Furthermore, the cost would have been extremely high, as many alchemists would have been able to earn spiritual crystal before then. The old man nodded, then brought Qin Xiang inside the medicine store. Seeing Qin Xiang looking around like a country bee, kin along the way, because the interior of the shop was really big and the decorations were luxurious, Qinxiang felt dizzy as if he was looking at a palace. The hall that displayed the pills, for example, gave people the feeling that it was a small plaza that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. I didn't expect it to be so small from the outside, but after entering, there's still such a large SPAC. Qinxiang said in shock. Of course, the pill shop belongs to the large area behind the street. You must know that this pill shop is the place where the sixth prince once stayed. When the old man mentioned this matter, his face was filled with pride. The sixth prince was the strongest prince in the Myriad Dan immortal country, and was the most likely person to become the king of the immortal country. Was considering whether or not he should take out that jade tablet. In this way, he could temporarily join the sixth prince, and at the very least live a good life with him, but in the end he decided not to rely on this relation's H-die plus P. He himself walked his own path. As a dignified leader, he did not want to become a part of any faction. Was considering whether or not he should take out that jade tablet. In this way, he could temporarily join the sixth prince, and at the very least live a good life with him, but in the end he decided not to rely on this relations. HI plus P. He himself walked his own path. As a dignified leader, he did not want to become a part of any faction. Furthermore, at this time he was only earning a little spiritual crystal in this medicine store. It was not equivalent to joining this faction. Qinxiang wanted to follow the old man to the pill refining room. It was a secret room built underground, and it was extremely quiet and safe there. We have a lot of alchemists. Many of their immortal pills come here to stock up. The old man brought Qinxiang to the depths of the earth. Walking along the path, Qinxiang suddenly saw a familiar face. It was just that this man was dressed extravagantly, releasing a kind of glaring radiance. Although he looked handsome, he did not lose out to a king. He Feng. This guy really is a grandson. Qinxiang thought. Young master. The old man bowed his head slightly, then told He Feng that he had brought someone to take the pill refining exam. He Feng nodded his head. Then, let's go quickly. We will need a large amount of pills later. After He Feng left, Qinxiang asked in a low voice, Uncle, who is he? The old man immediately became respectful and said, The eldest son of the sixth prince, whose strength is at the late stage of a mortal monarch, is one of the stronger existences among the Myriad Dan immortal country's royal grandchildren. Don't look at him like this. Qinxiang took a deep breath and said in shock, Demon Palace, are there no demon lord level fellows inside? How is that possible? The old man chuckled. Of course there is. However, eldest young master has a very strong power that can deal with that demon king and ultimately destroy the entire demon palace. So he's very famous. What's his name? Qinxiang asked. He Feng. Qinxiang thought that this was a fake name back then, but he never thought that it was actually real. He suddenly felt that he was just too ignorant, and it was no wonder that He Feng could see that he was a guy who didn't know anything at that time. As the eldest son of an immortal king, it's impossible for him to not have some ability. Don't be jealous of him. You're not bad either. In my heart, you're the strongest. Su Meiyao chuckled. Yes. Qinxiang was truly surprised at He Feng's strength just now. What kind of power was this? Indeed, the heaven realm has as many powerful warriors as the clouds. Qinxiang lamented. This era seems to be even more powerful than the one we had. Could it be that it's because Di Tian is about to be reborn? Or is it because a new 9 emperors and 5 venerables is about to appear? Baiyu said, arriving at the pill refining room. The old man gave Qinxiang a pill furnace, and Qinxiang took out a portion of relived Dan's medicinal ingredients. It was just that the quality was not very good. Otherwise, it would have been eaten by Long Shui long ago. Seeing this quality, the old man frowned slightly. This was because even if he were to refine it, he would be able to refine something good. If it was someone who had just become a member of the pill sect, refining it would be even more difficult. Please check. Qinxiangpa S. said over the quality, poor quality herbs. Thinking back to when he owned a large amount of these herbs, he just did not need them now, nor did he copy them. There's no need. You can just directly refine it. Even if you fail, if your performance is not bad, we will still accept you. The old man said. If the old man was not here, Chun Xiang would have immediately used the depurification, which would have been much faster. Although the quality was not high, but in Chun Xiang's eyes it was no problem at all. In many pill refining compet. Tians, he had long gotten used to it. From the time he was handling the medicinal ingredients and releasing the flames, the old man had been watching by the side. Seeing that Chun Xiang was very skilled and very calm, he secretly nodded his head. If he wanted to succeed, he would need to wait for a while. The old man sat on a nearby chair and waited patiently. Originally, he thought he would have to wait a long time, but he did not expect Chun Xiang to finish refining in just over an hour. I finished refining it. Senior, please take a look. Chun Xiang stood up and opened the lid of the pill furnace. 2 pills. The old man hurriedly walked over and said in astonishment, How do you make it? Just like this, it was refined. Fire it, and then the foreseeing alchemy. Chun Xiang said simply. The old man sized up Chun Xiang from head to toe. He never thought that there would be such a talent. Using mediocre quality medicinal ingredients, he was able to create 2 relived danas at an extremely fast speed, and the quality was also very good. Chun Xiang had hidden a lot. Otherwise, he would be even more shocking. What's your name? The old man asked. Yan Fei. Chun Xiang could only use a fake name. If he used his real name, the myriad Dan immortal country would be even more chaotic. Although he was just a small fry in the eyes of many big shots. But what he knew were the things that all the powerhouses dreamed of. If you pass, I will have someone arrange something for you. These are jade tokens for entering and exiting the Pill Emperor Hall. Someone will tell you the specifics. The old man said, after leaving the pill refining room. There was indeed a youth who came over and brought Chun Xiang out of the underground pill refining palace. They arrived at a villa above and arranged for Chun Xiang to stay there. Chun Xiang sat in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. In the center of the courtyard, he could see a small house that could read magic, allowing him to relax. This heaven realm sky seems to be pretty blue. I wonder how Master is doing. Chun Xiang was still a little worried about the crazy old Huang Jintian, because the one Huang Jintian was going to deal with was the Emperor Dragon. As Chun Xiang was muttering to himself, a gentle and sweet voice sounded out, Master Yen, I am Little Ling. I will be your personal servant in the future. Chun Xiang turned his head over and saw a sweet girl with a ponytail wearing a purple dress, smiling sweetly at him. She was squinting her curved eyes right now. This. And there's even a personal maid gifted it to you. The treatment is too good, right? Seeing such a sweet and pretty girl, Chun Xiang praised her in his heart. My personal maid, you will follow me wherever I go, right? Chun Xiang asked. He was a little happy in his heart. After all, one person would be annoyed, although there were 3 women in the ring. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Although I am not very strong, but I understand a lot of things and should be able to help you. Xiao Ling stood behind Chun Xiang and said with a gentle smile, She's not weak. She just became an immortal with the same strength as you. Long Shui said unhappily, I never thought that they would use such a method to keep the alchemist. It's too despicable. She's not weak. She just became an immortal with the same strength as you. Long Shui said unhappily, I never thought that they would use such a method to keep the alchemist. It's too despicable. Chun Xiang agreed with her. It's indeed too despicable, but I like it. Humph, little scoundrel. Su Meiyao and Long Shui scoffed at the same time. Although I already have 2 female slaves, they're not real female slaves. This one before me. Ha ha. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. At this time, Xiao Ling gave Chun Xiang a bee skin. Chun Xiang opened it and saw many treaties on it. Manager Ma asked me to hand this over to you. If you think there's no problem, then sign this contract. Little Ling said, Chen Xiang looked carefully at the contents of the contract and muttered, "The contract with the pill sect requires one to go to the pharmacy to gather medicinal ingredients every month to refine 500 high-grade ground level pellets. The reward is 50,000 spiritual crystal S per month." Not bad. Chun Xiang nodded. This is the most basic requirement. If Lord Yen can concoct 100,000 high-grade ground-level pills, you will not be bound by this contract in the future. At that time, you can leave our pill shop anytime. Little Ling said. Chun Xiang still didn't quite understand and asked, "Why do I have a servant? Do the other alchemists have her?" As for the cost of the medicinal ingredients, one is equivalent to 50 spiritual crystal. If Lord Yen can refine 1 or 2 of the medicinal ingredients, that would be 800 spiritual crystal and 500 spiritual crystal per month. Then, at the very least, we would be able to earn 150,000 spiritual crystal. The contract says that it's 100,000 spiritual crystal, so you can make a lot of spiritual crystal for us. The others don't have personal maidservants. Senior Yen was chosen by Manager Ma, so he might want to focus on cultivating you. Chun Xiang rubbed his chin and asked, "I can only earn 30 or 40 million spiritual crystal for you guys. In your opinion, it shouldn't be much." Chun Xiang was still considering whether he should sign this contract and refine 100,000 pills to get rid of this contract. "Sign it. From now on, you don't need to refine it yourself. Just hand in 500 pills every month, and it will be no big deal." Su Meiyao said, "Right now, you need this place to understand the situation here. Furthermore, this little girl is not bad. When the time comes, we can take her away. At that time, if Lord Yen wants to bring me away, he can help me redeem myself." Little Ling stuck out her tongue. "How much?" Chun Xiang asked. 10 million spiritual crystal." Little Ling laughed and said, "I'm quite expensive, am I not?" Chun Xiang signed the contract with blood dripping onto the table. He said it to Xiaoling and said, "We'll talk about it at that time." This medicine store was extremely large and had a large amount of medicinal ingredients. To him, 500 pills per month was a small matter. He felt that he could settle this in a few days and save a lot of medicinal ingredients for himself. "I'll it to Manager Ma. Please wait a moment, I'll be back soon." Little Ling disappeared in the blink of an eye. Her speed was extremely fast. Tens of millions of spiritual crystal can be considered a large number here, and only a few immortal kings can afford that. In the long run, they really think that you can make a huge profit for them. Su Meiyao said. Of course Chun Xiang knew, but it didn't matter to him now. He just wanted a place to settle down, and then he would wait for the chance to earn some money. Manager Ma was the old man. When he saw that Chun Xiang had signed the contract, he laughed. "Xiaoling, he will be your master from now on. Serving him well, his future is limitless." Little Ling nodded and said, "Little Ling knows." Chun Xiang laid on the sleeping chair in the courtyard lazily. He did not want to move the slightest bit right now. Little Ling came back and stood behind him without saying a word. "Little Ling, this medicine store doesn't seem to have a name. Why is it like this?" Chun Xiang asked. "I heard that it was because I still don't know who the 6th prince is planning to give over the pill shop to. The 6th prince has 7 children, but now the eldest young master is in charge." Little Ling said, "How long have you been here?" Chun Xiang was very curious. Although Xiaoling looked like a girl, but she was actually an immortal. However, she was only worth millions of spiritual crystal. "It's been 16 years. I was born here, but my natural talent is good, so I could become an immortal. However, that's all I can do." Although Xiaoling always had the sweet smile of a professional on her face, there was a trace of sadness on her face. Chun Xiang had thought it was weird that such a good seedling would be used as a servant to serve him. There must be something fishy about it. He was forced to break through using a secret technique. This kind of thing is very normal. Many big forces train slaves like this. However, these people are all homeless orphans. Being able to do this is a pretty good fate for them. Su Meiyao said. Can you show me your body? Qin Xiang asked. This. Sure. Little Ling's face slightly blushed, and then she started to take off her clothes. Qin Xiang anxiously shouted, Don't move, we're not looking at this. Looking at the situation in your body, I want to see why you can't improve anymore. Now, Chen Xiang finally understood what a real female slave meant. Get dressed and stand in front of me. Chen Xiang got up from the couch and placed his palm on Xiaoling's abdomen. He wanted to see how much damage that technique would cause to her. After a moment, Chen Xiang frowned. What's with the heaven pellet? Before Little Ling had even cultivated in Nirvana Doom, when I was still in the extreme realm, I had already been embedded with a heavenly pellet. After that, adding on some other secret techniques, I could perfectly fuse with the heavenly pellet, learn how to control the powers within it, and then become an immortal. Little Ling slightly smiled, but her smile was a little forced. Qin Xiang had already seen the pain she had to endure at that time, even though it could make her very strong. If something goes wrong, you'll definitely die. Qin Xiang said with slight anger in his heart. Yes, only I can survive in the same group as me. Little Ling slightly lowered her head. The sweet smile on her face had already disappeared. She also had feelings for them. The companions that she grew up with had all died at that time. The fatherless her was the closest companion. Long Shuai said, It's very difficult for her to grow again. The heaven pellet was not cultivated by herself. These people really aren't things. I don't blame them, because without them, we would have already died. Little Ling said, However, it cannot be denied that what they did was inappropriate. They allowed your lives to continue, yet they were tormenting your lives. At that time, if you all had a choice, you all would have chosen that road. Qin Xiang sighed. I don't know, but we've all enjoyed life because of this. Life was bestowed by them, so it's only right that they take it back. Xiao Ling did not expect her master to be so conflicted over such a matter. She did not understand. Chen Xiang sighed helplessly and said, Come out for a walk with me. It's the first time coming to this kind of place. You should be familiar with this place. Yes. Ling nodded and didn't ask any more heavy questions. She immediately revealed a sweet smile. Now, Chen Xiang already knew that the sixth prince and Hifeng were definitely not good people. They just looked good on the surface. Chen Xiang brought Little Ling out of this pill shop and onto the streets. When he came out, he discovered that there were a few alchemists with similar servants by their side, but most of them were young and delicate. Chen Xiang brought Little Ling out of this pill shop and onto the streets. When he came out, he discovered that there were a few alchemists with similar servants by their side, but most of them were young and delicate. Xiaoling, why are all the servants beside the other alchemist men, while you are female? There aren't many cute and beautiful girls like you, right? Qin Xiang was walking on the road, with Xiao Ling following closely behind him. Little Ling said in a low voice, Master Yen, in fact, the other alchemists do not want me. They think me to be a little girl and can't help them much, but they need a very capable assistant when they are refining pills. That way they can refine the pills quickly and save a lot of trouble. Just call me Big Brother. Qin Xiang laughed. Those alchemists are too useless. They also need other people's help in pill refining. Xiao Ling was a little surprised and said, For the past 2 years, Manager Ma had pushed me onto a dozen or so alchemists, but those alchemists had immediately let me go. It's useless to say me out. Ignore them. They are useless. To think that they would want the help of someone else for their pill forging. It is just a small matter. Qin Xiang was extremely disdainful. In his opinion, for such a good girl to be looked down upon, those people must be blind. Big Brother Yen, where are you going? Don't you want to concoct pills? Little Ling asked. In her eyes, many alchemists were very busy. they would need to spend at least half of the day concocting pills. This was because she had heard from the young servants that they were very tired after all the hard work they did with the alchemistess. What's the hurry? We'll talk about it at the end of the month. When Chan Xiang came out, Manager Ma had given him 50,000 spiritual crystal. Xiao Ling, where the alchemist is located, in the central region, it would be best if we could see some high-level alchemist sparring. This was the Myriad Dan immortal country. Although Chan Xiang could see quite a few alchemists south on the road, most of them were not that good. He wanted to see those with better standards. Myriad Dan building, I will bring you there right away. Inside, there are many Dan King that compete in pill refining all day. It's very lively. Manager Ma once brought me there. Little Ling smiled sweetly. Chin Xiang followed Xiao Ling to the Myriad Dan building. This Myriad Dan building only had 5 floors, but every floor was as big as a plaza. Upon entering, he saw that there were many people in the S.P.A. Sias Hall. The medicinal fragrance was also very rich and had all kinds of medicinal fragrance. So many people, what are they doing? Chun Xiang saw that there were a lot of people gathered around. They are all watching others refine pills. There are many famous alchemists here, and they will often be refining pills in public for others to see. Xiao Ling replied, "This is the first floor, which is of the lowest grade, the highest being the 4th, and the 5th floor is the territory of the Dan King. Furthermore, ordinary people cannot go there." Chan Xiang could smell the scent of the medicine and knew what kind of pills the majority of the people here were. "What's that?" Chun Xiang saw a counter. There was an old man there. People would go over from time to time. Some people who have their own ingredients and need the alchemist to refine them would come here to look for famous alchemists. Many of them are of decent standard, but they lack practice or are all alchemists who want to show off their skills in refining pills. Is anyone allowed to go and get it? Chun Xiang asked again. No, only the famous alchemist can receive it, and only after refining it will you get paid. Little Ling shook her head. Chun Xiang and Xiao Ling arrived at the 3rd floor in one breath. There were quite a few people here who were concocting high-quality pills of the ground level. Coming here, Xiao Ling seemed to have seen someone she recognized and quickly hid behind Chun Xiang, afraid that he would be recognized. Isn't she the little girl from the 6th shop? She actually has an owner. A young man dressed in red walked over and looked at Little Ling evilly. The young man also had a follower behind him. One of them was a middle-aged man with strong cultivation, late period of human immortal, and the other 2 were young servants. Chun Xiang pulled Xiao Ling towards alchemist who was refining pills. There were fewer people watching, and there was no need to squeeze in. Oh, this little girl's master is not bad, huh? She can actually be so calm. The red-clothed youth teased and actually followed him. Big Brother Yen, that's why he was so jealous of me the other time. He's one of the first prince's sons, a grandson of the king, and his name is He Hong. You should hurry back to the shop. Xiao Ling told Chun Xiang through sound transmission. No, just ignore him. What bullsh asterisk TW ANG son. Chun Xiang was not afraid. The son of Dragon Emperor was still eaten by him. He was afraid of this guy. Chun Xiang came to the side of the stall that was refining pills, and many people surrounded and watched quietly. Xiao Ling said in a low voice, "This is Elder Uncle Li. He has great achievements in refining high-grade ground-level pills. When we competed to refine high-grade ground-level pills, he took first place before. Once the He Hong came, the others all made way for him. This was AWANG son who always wore red clothes and was a regular customer of the Myriad Dan building. He always made the alchemist in his shop come here and gamble with others. He always made them lose miserably. So many of them always hid far away when they saw that they had lost. The He Hong had come, but Chun Xiang did not even move his head a bit. He did not even look at him, but only held on to Xiao Ling's hand and watched the elder uncle Li concoct pills. Why is it that there are so few people who are looking at Elder Uncle Li refining pills? There should be a lot of them, right? Qinxiang asked. The other alchemistess were all surrounded, but this Elder Uncle Li who had such powerful pill refining skills was not surrounded by many. Elder Uncle Li had a head full of white hair. His beard and eyebrows were completely white, but his face did not have any wrinkles, and he did not look very old. Because he sometimes doesn't concoct pills but sleeps. His pill furnace is very strange and doesn't emit any heat. That's why it's hard to see what happens when he concocts pills. Maybe he's sleeping right now. The He Hong was also by the side, giving her a lot of pressure. She was worried that she would cause trouble for Qinxiang. The elder uncle Li had his eyes closed as he sat on the ground with his legs crossed, breathing slowly. He really did look like he was sleeping, and if he was observing from the sidelines for a day or two and discovered that he was sleeping instead of concocting pills, it would definitely be very deceptive. Little girl, this is your new master. Since old man Ma has arranged a personal maid for him, it seems that his pill refining level is not bad, right? This is an alchemist who just joined the 6th shop. I really want to see how he is. The He Hong's words attracted a few people. The 6th shop was the one that Qinxiang had just joined. Because it was owned by the 6th prince and had no name, it was named after him. Many people here knew that for the alchemist in the number 6 shop, having a servant meant that they were valued highly. To be able to bring great benefits to the number 6 shop, it was a very good alchemist. Although Qinxiang heard the He Hong's words, he did not pay any attention to it. He focused on the elder uncle Li's pill furnace. The furnace was truly powerful. At the beginning he thought that the elder uncle Li was just lying down, but upon closer inspection he realized that he was really concocting pills. Although Qinxiang heard the He Hong's words, he did not pay any attention to it. He focused on the elder uncle Li's pill furnace. The furnace was truly powerful. At the beginning he thought that the elder uncle Li was just lying down, but upon closer inspection he realized that he was really concocting pills. But the condition of the elder uncle Li was very strange. It was like he was in a half-asleep state. If he could concoct pills in this state, it would be too amazing. Sister Mei Yao, do you recognize this pill furnace? Qinxiang asked. This kind of pill furnace should have some background. I don't know him, but this old man is very powerful. He's not an ordinary alchemist. Su Mei Yao also noticed it. It's about to form the core. Qinxiang felt a weak change in the pill furnace and thought. Xiao Ling did not bother with the He Hong, as Qinxiang had told her to ignore him. At the moment, she was still nervous as she held Qinxiang's big hand tightly and looked at the elder uncle Li that seemed to be dead. Little girl, didn't you and your master hear what I said? The He Hong frowned slightly. There was actually someone who looked down on him. Even if the 6th shop's manager Ma came, he would have to smile at him. Qinxiang was currently frowning as he looked at the elder uncle Li earnestly. He casually replied, I heard. The He Hong was a little angry because Qinxiang didn't even look at him. What are you pretending for? Are you afraid? You purposely looked at the old sleeping bug concocting pills and pretended that you could see something. It seems like you are trying to escape. The alchemist that was just hired by number 6 shop is only mediocre. The He Hong sneered. Say what you like. However, elder uncle Li is indeed powerful. He was almost able to condense the pill successfully. But I wonder what pill he is refining. It is not something that is commonly seen. Qinxiang muttered, making some people confused, because after looking at it for a long time, he still could not see through it, acting arrogantly. Just as the He Hong finished speaking, the elder uncle Li opened his eyes and opened the lid of the pill furnace. Just as the lid was slightly ajar, the red light shot out and disappeared. I failed. Elder uncle Li sighed. Everyone was shocked, because what Qinxiang said was true. But elder uncle Li did not succeed in concocting the core, causing the people around him to be respectful towards him. Someone who could see through the mysteries of elder uncle Li must also be very powerful. Elder uncle Li, what pill is this? An old man asked. Although he looked older than elder uncle Li, he still addressed him like that. The elder uncle Li swept his gaze across the crowd. At this time there were more and more people here, partly because the Hihong was challenging them, and partly because elder Uncle Li was asleep for a few days. Finally, he opened the lid of the pill furnace. Guess. Elder Uncle Li laughed out loud. Guess your head. If I knew, would I even need to ask you? The old man immediately said, although he was usually arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew that the elder Uncle Li was very powerful, and that his first shop wanted to win over the elder Uncle Li. But it was to no avail. However, he still wanted to continue challenging Qin Xiang so he could see what level the new alchemist at the sixth shop had reached. It's the heaven blood pill, Qin Xiang said, but you could tell from what happened just now. Have you ever refined one before? Or have you seen someone refine one, or have you heard of one? Elder Uncle Li looked at Qin Xiang in shock. The others were puzzled, and the Hihong did the same. He quickly took out a jade and called down their number 1 shop's alchemist from the 4th floor's 5th floor. The name, Heaven Blood Pill, was easy to understand. It should be related to blood, but many people had never heard of it. If Su Meiyao had not said so, Qin Xiang himself would not know what pill this elder Uncle Li was refining just now. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. I have only heard that there is a type of pill that would cause blood light to soar into the sky after condensing a pill. Its main function is to produce a very powerful blood, so it should be considered a middle-grade heaven-level pill. Everyone was stunned. Elder Uncle Li was actually refining a middle-grade heaven-level pill. Then he should have rolled to the 4th and 5th floor. That was a place for him to stay. Do you still have any medicinal materials for the heaven blood pill? The Hihong quickly asked. I am willing to buy it at a high price. No more. Then he threw a large pile of medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace, closed the lid, and continued to concoct pills with his eyes closed. At this time, a few old men came to the Hihong side. They were all from Alchemist and came down from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. One could imagine their level of alchemy. After Xiao Ling discovered this, she lightly pulled on Qin Xiang's hand, indicating him to quickly leave. Qin Xiang did not want Xiao Ling to worry either, and walked out from the crowd of people. But he was stopped by the Hihong in front of her. Alchemist of the number 6 store, this is your first time here, right? This is your first time here. I'm sure you have some skill. If you don't make it past 1 or 2 batches, you might not be able to make it out alive. The Hihong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. 7th young master, big brother Yan is going back to rest. He joined the 6th shop today and has already made a few batches of pills. He's just out for a walk. Xiao Ling also did not wish for Qin Xiang to bet with the Hihong, because there would usually be no good results. What are you talking about? Is there anywhere to talk? The Hihong said coldly. So you're the one who opened this place. Whether or not you can speak will depend on your expression. In that case, you are the one who should decide whether or not to bet pill refining here. What else can we do? Let's go. Qin Xiang pulled Xiao Ling, and just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by the middle-aged man. If he did not have to hide here, Qin Xiang would not have such a good temper. If they were to be together, those who were intentionally blocking his way, he would definitely make them lie down. There were quite a lot of alchemists who were forced by Hihong to make a bet. Everyone was already used to this kind of thing, and it was also something many people were looking forward to. Won't you leave? Qin Xiang's tone became much colder. This little girl has talked back to me before. You can leave, but she has to stay. The Hihong glanced at Xiao Ling viciously. If you lose, don't lose anything. Just respectfully call me young master. And if I lose, you can have 100,000 spiritual crystal. Ling Qin. The Hihong said, this should be very worthwhile. The Hihong did not lack spiritual crystal S, but it was very boring. Most of these young masters were like this, always looking for existence and acting tyrannically. Qin Xiang laughed coldly, not interesting at all. After all, it was just a furnace of pills. However, Qin Xiang felt that if he wanted to play with this kind of fellow, he had to play big ones and make him lose even more miserably. so that he could remember this name. Not enough. The Hee-Hong suddenly laughed. Someone actually dares to play big with me. Then you must at least see how big of a bet you have. Chun Xiang also laughed out loud. Do you dare to play with your life? Pure text online read, local domain name mobile phone, synchronous read. Please visit Pure text online read, local domain name mobile phone, synchronous read. Please visit. He actually wanted to gamble his life. Everyone thought that Chun Xiang was joking, but it didn't seem like it. Hearing that he was going to play with his life, the Hee-Hong could not laugh anymore. It only frowned and glared at Chun Xiang, because it really did not dare to play. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to risk your life and fight with seventh young master? With your life, are you even worthy? An old man beside the Hee-Hong said in a hurry. Chun Xiang laughed coldly. Fine, if you want to compete with me in refining pills, then kill yourself. Your seventh young master should be very happy, because the one dying is not him, it's just a dog slave beside him. It doesn't matter how many he dies. However, she could tell from Chun Xiang's words and actions that this big brother Yen in front of her was extraordinary. To actually dare to speak to this Hee-Hong in such a manner. At this time, the elder Uncle Lee that everyone had forgotten about suddenly spoke up. I also think gambling with one's life is more fun. If you lose, you wouldn't be afraid of losing. Because you don't have your life, you wouldn't be afraid of anything. The Hee-Hong gritted his teeth. Of course, he did not dare to casually decide such a thing. Although he had many good alchemists with him, if he were to kill one of them, his father, the prince, would definitely punish him. If you don't dare to play, then get out of the way. Chun Xiang knew that this group of fellows would be like this. They were previously so arrogant, but now that they talked about putting their lives on the line, all of them shrunk. This is just an ordinary spar. There's no need for it to be so extreme, right? If you win, you will gain even more benefits. If you win, other people will die, but you won't be able to obtain anything of your own. The old man beside the Hee-Hong said. Chun Xiang said, As long as I am happy, I do not wish to win anything good from you guys. He actually dared to look down on W.A.N.G. Sun. Everyone was secretly looking forward to the day when both sides would come up with something powerful. What you're saying is that you want to play big, right? Then we'll have to see what kind of bet you have. Your life isn't worth much in my eyes. Bring out some meaningful items. This was the first time the Hee-Hong had met such a person. He could tell that Chun Xiang was very confident. You can help Xiao Ling ransom her body from the 6th shop. You should know how many spiritual crystals are needed. Chun Xiang said. 10 million spiritual crystal. The Hee-Hong secretly took a deep breath. This was indeed too big. Even if it was just 1 million spiritual crystal, for someone like him, as W.A.N.G. Sun, it was still heavy. If it was used to buy something, it would be all right, since the things they bought would work, but if they lost, it was equivalent to throwing them away. Little Ling bit her lips. Chun Xiang, wanting to redeem her body, moved her a lot. But she didn't think that Chun Xiang needed to spend so many spiritual crystals for her. Then you have to have at least 10 million spiritual crystal. Don't leave empty-handed. The Hee-Hong said, but right after he finished speaking, he regretted it, because once Chun Xiang took out 10 million spiritual crystal, if he did not gamble, then others would definitely laugh at him. Everyone knew that the Hee-Hong had no way to dismount and had kicked the metal board. That's enough. Chun Xiang took out a pearl which contained a small CLUS of red flames. Everyone's heart was thumping hard because this was a fire soul, and although it was the lowest level red fire soul, it was still extremely precious. Someone actually used this thing to make a bet, and this made many people want to jump out and compare themselves to Chun Xiang. If it's the red fire soul, I'm afraid that even tens of millions of spiritual crystal would not be able to buy it. Elder Uncle Lee was also surprised. Someone actually threw out such a thing casually. It was very precious, although there were many people with fire soul in Heaven Realm, but very few people took it out to sell, let alone gamble. Chun Xiang did not lack fire soul, As long as the Fire Divine Palace was not destroyed, he would have a lot of opportunities in the future to get even better Fire Soul, and this red Fire Soul was nothing in his eyes. The He Hong stood there in a daze, unable to speak. He only wanted to leave this Myriad Dan building right now, because he couldn't afford to play. 10 million spiritual crystal gave him a lot of pressure. The He Hong was sweating profusely. Looking at his appearance, many people were gloating secretly in their hearts. The normally overbearing He Hong was now forced to such a state. If we bet with him, wouldn't we have millions of spiritual crystal? A gentle voice suddenly sounded. The He Hong was relieved and quickly turned to look at a middle-aged man who was slowly walking over. Late-stage immortal monarch. Long Shui said. The He Hong's face revealed a smile. Big brother, why are you here? He is the big brother of the He Hong, the eldest grandson of the immortal king of Myriad Dan immortal country. His name is He Tang, and he is very powerful. Xiao Ling transmitted to Qinxiang. To be able to take charge of the first shop, 10 million spiritual crystal were indeed nothing. Seeing that He Tang had arrived, a few alchemists bowed to him. Although He Tang looked like a middle-aged man, he looked very lively and lively. He looked very young, and the aura he emitted was very similar to that of He Feng from before. I also want to see how powerful the new alchemist from number 6 shop is to actually dare to take out the Fire Soul to gamble. This is probably the first time in the Heaven Realm. He Tang smiled. I will decide on the rules. Chun Xiang said, No problem, please speak. He Tang was very polite. To refine a Qi Shindan, the winner will be decided in a single pot. The most pills will be produced, and the highest quality will be. The fastest is the winner. Chun Xiang said indifferently. This Qi Shindan was a middle-grade ground-level pill, and was also one of the fastest pills that he could refine. Just a middle ground level. Can it be higher? He Tang replied, It's too easy, there's no meaning. Relive Dan S. This kind of pill has the most extensive uses. It will sell the best, which is something that everyone is familiar with. When the time comes, everyone will witness the victory or defeat. Chun Xiang continued, Actually, my level is only that of a high-grade ground-level pellet. In order to be more fair during the compet, one Taiyan, he would use some common pill furnaces to buy one spiritual crystal from the counter. This would test the standards of the alchemist. He did not expect that the moment Chun Xiang joined the 6th store, he would come here to have a bet with someone, but when he heard that it was a compet, one Taiyan to refine a relive Dan, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had personally seen Chun Xiang's refining level before, and it was very impressive. The relive Dan, right? This is the medicinal herb. Manager Ma hastily took out a high-quality medicine and said, You should have the supplementary medicine. Don't lose. If you win, the 6th king might summon you. If he won 10 million spiritual crystal from store number 1, it would definitely cause quite a sensation. This was also a contest between store number 1 and number 6. Since he was not using Chun Xiang's name, Chun Xiang was not afraid of drawing attention to himself now. He felt that it would be better this way. Maybe he could get closer to the imperial palace. If he could enter, maybe he could better understand the current situation. Manager Ma really wished for Chun Xiang to win. If that was the case, then it would mean that the 6th shop was stronger than the 1st shop, which also meant that the 6th shop could attract stronger alchemists. Manager Ma really wished for Chun Xiang to win. If that was the case, then it would mean that the 6th shop was stronger than the 1st shop, which also meant that the 6th shop could attract stronger alchemists. Master Yen, if you win, then Little Ling will be yours from now on. You don't need to use 10 million spiritual crystal to redeem her. I can make that decision. This will help the 6th shop vent. Manager Ma told Chun Xiang through sound transmission. Right now, the battle for the throne was a contest of strength in all aspects, and the pill shop was also more important. A small victory here could let many see the 6th prince win by a sliver, and let many know how to stand in a line. That's what you said. All right, I will definitely win. Chen Xiang was processing the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients. White jade lotus seed, returning herb. He was extremely familiar with these herbs and could make them very good with his eyes closed. The alchemist that He Hong He Tang had sent out came from the fourth, and fifth floor. Even though he was an old man, Chen Xiang could tell from the whispers of the surrounding people that this old man was a Dan King who could refine heaven-level pills. Grandmaster Zhong is a Dan King. He is ranked amongst the top-grade ground-level pills. Who knows how many relived Dan-S he has successfully refined. It's more than enough to defeat him. The He Hong sneered. The 2 normal pill furnaces were placed, and everyone began to inspect them. These were the rules for the compet. 1. Tie in within the Myriad Dan building, and after there were no problems, they returned to Qin Xiang and Master Zhong. Little scoundrel, don't look down on alchemist. This place is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. My little master had said many times before that there are many powerful alchemists hidden inside this Myriad Dan immortal country. Be careful. Although she knew that Qin Xiang would not be arrogant, she still hoped that Qin Xiang would bring out his strongest power. I know. Chen Xiang was very calm at the moment. He would always be like this during compet. 1. Tie-ins not affecting his pill refining state because of anything else. Are you still planning to use the foreseeing alchemy? These old fellows will definitely be more proficient in using the foreseeing alchemy than you are, if they can also refine the same number and quality of relived Dan. And if the time is slightly faster than yours, you will lose. This is Heaven Realm. The other party has such confidence in winning, so they will definitely not send out ordinary alchemist. By you said, although she did not know how to refine pills, but she did understand a lot of these things. I know what to do. Chen Xiang placed the main ingredient and the secondary ingredient into the furnace. On this point, he was slower than the other party, so some people already thought that he would lose. If it was an alchemist of the same level, time would be the key to determining the victor. He really is powerful. Chen Xiang could feel the rapid and steady change in the other party's pill furnace, and was secretly surprised. This kind of alchemist was even stronger than what he had encountered in the sacred Dan realm. Some nodded their heads in praise of Master Zhong. The furnace was operating smoothly and quickly. The fact that the main ingredients could be quickly refined showed that the pill condensation process was extremely fast, and the quality was also very high. In comparison, what made people more suspicious was that the fire inside Chen Xiang's pill furnace was chaotic. It was not at the level of an alchemist that was favored by others, causing them to furrow their brows. It's just my mouth. The fire soul is ours. The He Hong laughed contemptuously. If Chen Xiang lost, the sixth shop would lose its face. One must know that there were very few matches between the prince's shops. But if they fought, one would have to have absolute confidence in winning. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed for a very long time by the other party. What's wrong with this guy? Just a moment ago, I thought he was very powerful. So why is there such a mess inside the pill furnace? That's right. My disciples are all better at controlling them than him. Whether he is crazy or not, with this level, he can take out the fire soul and make a bet. Is the sixth shop blind? Even an alchemist like this can have a maid. He had seen Qin Xiang refine relived Dan before, but now Chen Xiang did not have the same level of strength as before. This made him feel that Qin Xiang was not performing well, probably because of the pressure of winning or losing. Just as everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Elder Uncle Li, who was left out by someone else, actually kept his pill furnace and squeezed into the crowd to watch. It was said that many shops had offered generous conditions to recruit him, but he did not go. Furthermore, in some of the compet, one tie-ins he would often obtain a high ranking, and could be said to be one of the more authoritative figures in the Myriad Dan building. Elder Uncle Li, what do you think? One of them asked. This Elder Uncle Li was good at concocting pills, but he did not put on any airs. You're asking me who will win, right? The Elder Uncle Li asked. Yeah, from your experience, who would win? The man asked again. Elder Uncle Li frowned as he looked at Chun Xiang's pill furnace. The change inside was also beyond his expectations. Previously, when Chun Xiang could tell that he had concocted the heaven blood pill and also saw the activity inside his furnace, it meant that his skill was not bad. Elder Uncle Li did not believe that Chun Xiang could only reach that level. He did not answer that person, and carefully felt the changes in Chun Xiang's pill furnace. The reason why the furnace was so unstable when Chun Xiang was refining the pills was because he did not use the foreseeing alchemy, but rather the depurification. He had already used his powerful depower to divide the medicinal ingredients into several areas, including a region for the supporting medicinal ingredients and a region for the other main medicinal ingredients. After dividing them, he then used the depurification's method to quickly melt the main medicinal ingredients into medicinal powder and medicine aura. In the past, when he was refining the Hunyuan Dan, he did it on top of his palm, which made it easier to control. Now that he was in the pill furnace, it was a little difficult, but this was a superior grade ground level pill, and he was very knowledgeable about the relived Dan's ingredients. The depurification was precisely to use a strong spiritual energy and an extremely strong flame to burn down the stubborn spirit within the medicinal herbs, and to refine it, one would need to use the profound and mysterious incantations contained within the heavenly alchemy in order to succeed. Weird. This little brother uses a strong flame to burn medicinal ingredients when he's refining pills. This is a taboo in refining pills. Under normal circumstances, it would have exploded a long time ago, but it's very stable. The elder Uncle Li muttered. That's right, the hot air that Chun Xiang was giving off was like this. Normally, when he was refining pills, burning a lot of ingredients was taboo. Then we have one. The fire was so fierce from the start, the spiritual energy in the herbs will be destroyed. The He Hong was now even more confident. Looking at its excited expression, it was as if it had already obtained the fire soul. There were many people pointing fingers at them and talking about things that would affect their mood, but Chun Xiang remained unmoved. He had already entered a very stable state, and before long he would be able to refine all of the main ingredients. There were many people pointing fingers at them and talking about things that would affect their mood, but Chun Xiang remained unmoved. He had already entered a very stable state, and before long he would be able to refine all of the main ingredients. That fellow, called Elder Uncle Li, is quite powerful. He can actually sense the changes in your furnace. However, he shouldn't be able to tell what exactly happened. Su Meiyao did not expect Chun Xiang to actually use the depurification at the beginning. She now knew that the depurification could also be used this way. Although it would consume a bit more energy, it was still possible to use it to refine relived Dan. Chun Xiang opened his eyes and looked at Master Zhong. He was very surprised because the Master Zhong was extremely fast, and according to his estimation, maybe Master Zhong could even refine 2 relived Dan. While concocting the pills, he was still observing his opponent, causing many people to be unable to understand what Chun Xiang was doing, and to not be alarmed at all. This old man is very powerful. I never thought that the entire refining level of the heaven realm has improved by so much over the years. Bai Yu said, maybe because of the increasing number of herbs, in the past it would take alchemist who knows how many years to refine a batch of higher leveled pills, but now it's different. Just by using an array formation, one can quickly grow a large number of pills that have a lot of uses, like the relived Dan, which requires even more to refine. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang closed his eyes, took in a small breath, and said to himself, I'm going to start condensing the cores. In that moment, a huge change occurred in Chun Xiang's pill furnace, because he had refined all the main ingredients at the same time, causing the pressure in the pill furnace to decrease by a lot and the fire intensity to decrease quickly. Chun Xiang moved all the part 1 Tionied areas within the pill furnace away, allowing all the medicine aura S and medicinal powder to fuse together and release his divine power. It created an extremely strong pressure and made everything inside into a ball. How many pills can it be? Can it be 4? Su Meiyao asked. The limit for Chen Xiang to refine relived danas was 3 pellets, but 4 would be extremely difficult because there were only those that had the spirit energy needed to refine all of the herbs. If she divided the ingredients into 4 parts, it would cause the medicine aura and the medicinal powder to be insufficient, making it unable to condense the relived Dan into a pellet. Su Meiyao was clear about this fact, but she knew that Chen Xiang would always be able to create miracles. Sure, Chen Xiang agreed, and then he split the ball of air into 4 parts. If I use the foreseeing alchemy during the process of refinement, I will slowly consume a portion of the medicine aura, and if I use the depurification, I will cleanly refine the medicinal ingredients. The medicine aura and medicinal powders will not leak out, so condensing 4 pellets is not a problem. Chen Xiang said confidently. The change in Chen Xiang's pill furnace could be felt by everyone. The berserk fire qi that suddenly disappeared became very stable, but it was too stable. This was not a pill condensation, because when pill condensation took place, the pill furnace was the most unstable. It would produce a weak tremble. When Elder Uncle Li felt that Chen Xiang's furnace had suddenly split into 4 parts, he opened his eyes wide, but quickly returned to his original state, but his heart was still in turmoil. Just then, Master Zhong's pill furnace started shaking. Using such a low-quality furnace to refine pills, it was normal for something like this to happen in Danking. No one was surprised by Master Zhong's pill refining speed. Right now, Master Zhong was already preparing for the pill refining process, and it wouldn't be long before he would produce one. As for Chen Xiang, he had only entered into a stable state. Everyone believed that he had only just begun stabilizing the situation inside the pill furnace. Xiao Ling watched from the side. She had a certain understanding of pill refining too. She bit her lower lip, worried that Chen Xiang would lose the fire soul. It was a very precious thing. She did not want Chen Xiang to lose the precious fire soul because of her. Just as everyone was focusing their attention on Master Zhong, unexpectedly, Chen Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, sighed, and said, "I'm done." The always calm Master Zhong was originally secretly happy in his heart and even mocked Chen Xiang a little. But when he heard Chen Xiang's words, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xiang. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiang stood up, stretched his body, and said, "In the end, I still need to request for a more authoritative person to confirm the matter. I don't want others to think that I am cheating. Elder Uncle Li, what are you waiting for? Go up and take a look." A person asked. Many people could not believe that Chen Xiang had succeeded. The speed was too fast and too sudden. Even Master Zhong would need some time to condense a pill. The Hihong stopped talking and clenched its teeth as it watched. He Tang said, "Elder Uncle Li, I'll be troubling you." Elder Uncle Li took a deep breath, looked at Chen Xiang, and said, "I never thought that refining pills is not just a method." When everyone saw Elder Uncle Li say this, they knew that Chen Xiang was definitely not an ordinary fellow. He did not use any normal refining method when he was refining the pill. But other than that, was there any other method? Everyone was shocked. And if what Elder Uncle Li said was true, then Chen Xiang's refining method was different from theirs. Elder Uncle Li opened the lid of the pill furnace, and a faint mist of light emitted from inside. The mist surged out, and a medicinal fragrance wafted in the air. "Hi." Chen Xiang sighed softly. Elder Uncle Li took out 4 relived Dan S from the furnace and said, "Why are you sighing? Are you not satisfied with this result?" Looking at the 4 relived Dan in Elder Uncle Li's hands, everyone was shocked. They stared at the relived Dan in Elder Uncle Li's hands in disbelief. Impossible, this was what everyone immediately thought of, because looking at the relived Dan's medicinal ingredients, the limit was still 3 pills. Furthermore, that was something that could only be refined by the very powerful alchemist, while the simple and honest middle-aged man in front of them had 4 pills, which had already exceeded that limit, a limit that was absolutely impossible to break through. I've lost." After the silence lasted for a while, Master Zhong sighed. His pill furnace also shook a little. Obviously, he had given up on concocting pills and had no intention of continuing. Millions of spiritual crystal, take it. If he lost, then He Tang would throw a storage bag to Qin Xiang and leave with the He Hong with a face filled with unwillingness and doubt. Impossible, he cheated. The maximum number of pills the Relive Dan's main ingredient can produce is 3. This is something the Dan Immortal told me a long time ago. It's impossible for him to produce such a pill. The He Hong shouted. He was not willing to admit defeat. Elder Uncle Li Pa said 4 Relive Dan pills to He Tang and the others, saying, "You can take a look for yourselves." Elder Uncle Li Pa said 4 Relive Dan pills to He Tang and the others, saying, "You can take a look for yourselves." There's no need to look. He Tang was very calm. Even though he was shocked, he did not suspect. The reason why 3 pellets came out is because of the conclusion given by the foreseeing alchemy. But this little brother did not use the foreseeing alchemy. I think he used the most direct and fastest way to refine the ingredients, and that can indeed reduce the loss of medicine auras. If we are serious, for pellets is not a problem. Elder Uncle Li said he was also surprised in his heart. This pill refining technique must be very powerful, but he knew that it was not easy to master. Let's go. He Tang pulled the He Hong and left. Everyone originally wanted to chat a bit more with Qin Xiang, but Ma Dong anxiously brought Qin Xiang and Xiao Ling away. Come often when you have time. This is what the elder Uncle Li said to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang knew that the elder Uncle Li was a guy that hid his strength and instantly saw through many things. Master Yen, don't go out during this period of time. Stay here. I'll go inform the young master. Manager Ma brought Qin Xiang back to the shop and arranged for a few experts to protect Qin Xiang. Then what about little Ling? Qin Xiang looked at Xiao Ling and asked, "From now on, she is yours. This is her blood contract." Manager Ma threw a beast skin piece to Qin Xiang and quickly left. Qin Xiang brought little Ling back to his own house and then gave her the blood contract. He said with a smile, "From now on, you are free to go." Thank you, Big Brother Yen. Little Ling's eyes were red as she put away the blood contract. I will definitely serve Big Brother Yen well from now on for the rest of my life. Little girl, you don't have to follow me in the future. You can do whatever you want to do. It's not fun to follow me. You might even get chased down. Qin Xiang smiled as he pinched her exquisite face. I'm not afraid. A sweet smile appeared on Xiao Ling's face again. However, this was the smile that came from her heart, not the stiff and emotionless professional smile from before. Little Ling is so brave. Qin Xiang also knew that this little girl had no relatives or reasons. He didn't want her to feel lonely, so he wouldn't reject her at the moment. Big Brother Yen, you're really amazing. Your pill refining level is already considered very strong in Myriad Dan Immortal Country. Even the geniuses that the princes were proud of are not as good as you. Little Ling said. Little Ling, do you have a surname? Qin Xiang caressed her head and asked lovingly. Nope. Little Ling shook her head. Then from now on, I will be surnamed Shin. Qin Xiang smiled. Why should I be surnamed Shin? Can't I be surnamed Yen with Big Brother Yan's surname? You'll know in the future. Don't ask now. Qin Xiang took out a spirit fruit for her to eat. This was given to her by Long Shuai, and it was rare for her to be so generous. I'll be Shan Lingling from now on. Big Brother Yen, are you saying that you're my big brother? Shan Lingling was currently very happy, although her own ident. Tai was very lowly. This Big Brother Yen was very good to her. In her eyes, he was a good person. Yes, I have 2 younger sisters. From now on, we are family. Qin Xiang said in a low voice. Don't tell this to anyone else. Qin Xiang had treated her so well, but he just felt pity for her. Furthermore, they were fated to meet, and what he had done was very simple. to make Shenlingling, who had lived in this cruel world since he was young, feel warmth. Seeing Shenlingling happily dancing in the courtyard, Qinxiang felt extremely happy in his heart. Is there any way for her to continue to raise her strength? Even though she's a worldly immortal, her foundation is very weak, and her innate qi is very weak. I guess her cultivation technique is not that good. Qinxiang asked Long Shuai and the others. If it was our previous peak strength, we might have been able to help her. But now it's very difficult. Even if we use immortal pills, we would still need high-grade ones. Su Meiyao said, is now a dragon king, and she should have already stepped into the divine way. At that time, she will cultivate out a twin dragon pearl and let Long Huishan give her a dragon pearl. It won't hurt Long Huishan at all. She can still condense one more dragon pearl. Long Shuai said, if my cultivation is sufficient, I can give it to her. Dragon beads can be used in this way. Then wouldn't it be fine if I go kill the holy dragon now? Qinxiang said, this won't do. Those dragon pearls are useless. First of all, it's a man, and that's a young dragon pearl. Moreover, that dragon bead would not be willing to fuse with this little girl. Only those dragon beads that it willingly gives out will be useful. Long Shuai said. Qinxiang said, after I finish what I have to do here, I will go and find Big Sis Long and help me to the end. Now that the sacred Dan realm had fused with the heaven realm, it would be much easier for Qinxiang to find Long Huishan. Furthermore, Du Hai was also here. He hoped that he would be able to find the Dan immortal at that time. Master Yen, there's a very slovenly old man outside who wishes to meet you. He said that he and your master are friends, and that his strength is not bad at all. A guard shouted from the doorway. At first, Qinxiang suspected who this old man was, but after he thought about it for a moment, he knew that this slovenly old man was definitely his master, Huang Jintian. Give him some clothes. Tell him to come see me after he takes a shower and changes. You have to be polite with him. Qinxiang said. He was now a master, and the fact that he had been defeated by No. 1 shop was already known to everyone. His status was incomparably respected. After Huang Jintian was cleaned up, he had a rather expert appearance. When he heard the news that came from the Myriad Dan building, he immediately guessed that it was his enchanter disciple and rushed over to eat and drink. Little guy, you're amazing. Huang Jintian laughed out loud. If he did not see Shenlingling here, he would definitely laugh crazily. Seeing Qinxiang's sullen face, Huang Jintian patted his shoulder and said, I'll be staying here for a while. I don't need you to take out anything to eat or drink. This 6th shop will definitely treat me like a lord. Don't worry, I won't take any of your 10 million spiritual crystal. Qinxiang said, those 10 million spiritual crystal have helped Xiaoling to redeem herself. Huang Jintian looked at Xiaoling and laughed sinisterly. You brat, there's a bunch of women waiting for you in the Human King's immortal palace. Old Yellow, how are they now? Qinxiang asked anxiously. Cough, cough. Little girl brought her 2 disciples with her parents, and Hua Shengyue brought her disciple to the hundreds of flowers' immortal country. Qinxiang asked again, then, Where's Dongfang Xinyue? This blacksmith girl is yours too. Huang Jintian was a little surprised. She took Dongfang Jing to other places. She said that there is a connection between that place and her Dongfang family. Oh, right. This Dongfang Jing said that she is your little sister, and you have quite a few little sisters. Huang Jintian joked. Qinxiang glanced at Xiaoling and said, This is also my little sister. Don't go crazy in front of her. Oh, all right, make the arrangements. I will be by your side in the future, and also investigate the matters in the palace. There is no news from there, and it will not be easy to enter. Huang Jintian said, although there were many people who had discussed the matter of Imperial Dragon Clan coming to the Myriad Dan immortal country. There was no important news. It was clear that they were all in the strict palace, and not a single piece of information could be spread out. although there were many people who had discussed the matter of Imperial Dragon Clan coming to the Myriad Dan Immortal Country. There was no important news. It was clear that they were all in the strict palace, and not a single piece of information could be spread out. Then you will be my personal follower from now on. Chun Xiang thought, and decided to arrange Huang Jintian like this. Can't you be a bit more advanced? Huang Jintian was a little unwilling. Too high level. Others will suspect you. This is better. Chun Xiang said. Huang Jintian could only agree because he didn't need to sleep on the street all day as he ate and drank with Chun Xiang. Manager Ma returned very quickly. When he came in and saw Huang Jintian, he said, "This must be your master's friend. I don't know how to address him. Just call me Old Yellow." In order to not let others know who he was, Huang Jintian had changed his appearance slightly. He was Chun Xiang's master, had control of the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu, and was a figure that many great powers paid more attention to. Manager Ma, he's a distant relative of my master. If I let him be my follower, can I make it easier for him to enter and leave this place? Sometimes I can get him to do something for me. Chun Xiang said. Chun Xiang had done a great deed and made him look even more proud. The sixth prince had even exaggerated his good taste and recruited such a powerful alchemist. Huang Jintian also got a job here, so he was quite satisfied with being able to receive the spiritual crystal. In 2 days, the sixth prince will come over. If you perform well and get the attention of the sixth prince, maybe you will be able to enter the palace. I will give you some information. The old immortal king is about to leave Myriad Dan Immortal Country, and at that time the 7 princes will engage in an intense battle. Manager Ma said in a low voice, was of course very willing to enter the palace, and he also sent a sound transmission to Huang Jintian, telling him to do his best to enter the palace to investigate the situation and understand the strength of the Emperor Dragons. I will definitely perform well when the time comes. Chun Xiang nodded. After Manager Ma left, Huang Jintian burst out laughing. At this time, Shen Lingling ran over and asked Huang Jintian curiously what was laughing at. Little Ling, don't worry about him. There's something wrong with his head. Chun Xiang said as he pulled Shen Lingling over. He was currently considering how to make the arrangements for Shen Lingling, and when he enters the palace, he could not bring Shen Lingling in. Big Brother Yen, your alchemy skills are so strong. When the time comes, you will definitely receive important treatment from the sixth prince. Who knows, you might even be able to enter that palace. Shen Lingling said somewhat excitedly. Yes, but I can't bring you in. The inside is very dangerous, and if you accidentally anger some powerful guys inside, you will face a disaster. Chan Xiang said seriously. Shen Lingling nodded, as if she knew something as well. Then where should I go then? I'm not a girl from the 6th shop anymore. I'm not related to anyone for no reason. If Big Brother Yen isn't by my side, I don't even know where I should go to. Chun Xiang looked towards Huang Jintian and sent a sound transmission to him. Master, help me arrange this little girl. Her condition is a little special, even though she has the strength of a worldly immortal. She was raised up using a few secret techniques, which is very harmful to her. The moment Huang Jintian heard it, he immediately frowned and walked over. Little Ling, I'm going to check on your cultivation situation and stretch out my hand. When Shen Lingling saw that Huang Jintian had become so serious and not as crazy as before, she became a little fearful for him, but she still extended her hand out. As expected, these fellows really dare to use this method to cultivate their slaves. This is unforgivable. Huang Jintian said a few plain words, but you could tell that he was extremely angry. Little Ling, is this all the work of the 6th shop? Will the other forces do the same? Huang Jintian asked, his expression becoming much gentler. I heard that all the princes do it this way. Only they know how to use this kind of secret technique. Shen Lingling said in a low voice. Chun Xiang said, they need to grow a large amount of medicinal herbs and need some stronger people to protect them, which will reduce the cost. Shinlingling said in a low voice, I also heard that some of the people who succeeded in inserting heaven pills would also be sent to dig spiritual crystal. Huang Jintian looked at Qin Xiang and sent a sound transmission to him. I hate others treating these pitiful little imps the most. Brat, think of a way to take care of all 7 princes and bring out your ability to cause trouble at Di Tian's place. It's a bit difficult, so you should help me arrange it first. Qin Xiang thought for a while and decided to send Xiaoling off right now. He felt that something big was going to happen here very soon. Master, have you heard of the Long family in the sacred Dan realm? Qin Xiang asked. Of course I have. Little sister Shengyue also told me that female Dragon King is your big sister. If you want to bring this little girl there, that's not a problem. But if you need some spiritual crystal, the cost of teleporting back and forth should be more than 1 million, right? That place is too far away. Qin Xiang still had 10 million spiritual crystal. He immediately took out 1 million and gave it to Huang Jintian. Come back as soon as possible and give this jade token to her. After she sees it, she knows how to take care of Xiaoling. At first, Shinlingling was unwilling. But after Qin Xiang tried to persuade her, he told her that he would take her to a big sister's place so that she could cultivate there and become a strong warrior in the future. Huang Jintian brought Xiaoling and left for the sacred Dan realm. That place was currently called the Sacred Pill Domain, and the alchemy resources there were still very abundant, especially the sacred Dan realm on the other side, which was ruled by the 4 major clans. Huang Jintian left at noon and returned at night. The female Dragon King asked if she could help, and she knew what you were doing here. She said that she is very free right now. Huang Jintian did not actually come back empty-handed. He had brought a lot of delicious food with him. Qin Xiang could tell from the taste of the dishes that they were from the Long family's hotels. He had eaten there a few times before, but he had already guessed that Huang Jintian would be shamelessly eating special food there. There's definitely no need for her help. The fewer people here, the better, and it would affect the Imperial Dragon clan. When the time comes, they will definitely form 2 forces. One is to help the 6th prince obtain the throne, and the other is to stop the 6th prince. Qin Xiang said, the Imperial Avian race is also here. This is great. I have never eaten royal bird meat before. Huang Jintian became excited, and suddenly the immortal beast meat on the table became much worse. Master, you have heard of the Imperial Feather race? Qin Xiang asked curiously. Of course I have, but Imperial Avian race has always kept a low profile, and Imperial Dragon clan has always been like this. However, in recent years, he has become very high profile, and I don't know which side helped the 6th prince. Huang Jintian laughed. Someone's coming. Huang Jintian's body trembled. A strong guy, could it be the 6th prince? What is he doing here so late? Coming in the middle of the night really made people feel shocked. Qin Xiang could even feel Yifeng's qi. Coming in the middle of the night really made people feel shocked. Qin Xiang could even feel Yifeng's qi. 3 people. Manager Ma, Yifeng, and the Immortal King. They should be the 6th prince. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang said to Huang Jintian, hide yourself a little. Now that we are pretending to sleep, they will still need some time to come over. After a while, Steward Ma knocked on Qin Xiang's door and shouted, Master Yan, an important guest is here. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian did not understand. A prince would always be so sneaky when he comes. So he got up to open the door. After opening the door, he saw Yifeng and the Immortal King. However, this Immortal King was wearing a black mask and his appearance could not be seen. When Yifeng saw Qin Xiang, he respectfully saluted and shouted, Master Yan, sorry for disturbing you. I have something important to say. Please forgive me. The tall man with the mask said, Master Yan, let us cut to the chase. I can let you enter the palace. But after you enter, you must complete the mission in strict accordance to the time limit. We urgently need the relived Dan right now. If you can do it, we won't treat you unfairly. Qin Xiang pretended to think for a moment and said, If it's not a long period of time required to refine pills every day, I can. Okay, Fenger, you make the arrangements. I still have other things to do. The sixth prince then left full of energy. Young master, can I bring one of my followers in? This is a relative of my master. With his help, I think I'll be able to concoct pills faster. Qin Xiang looked at Huang Jintian, who was inside the house. Huang Jintian gave the impression that he was an honest old man, especially when he revealed that simple and honest smile. Late period of human immortal, not bad. You can follow me. He Feng nodded. Huang Jintian only had the strength of late period of human immortal. So Chen Xiang didn't really believe it. He kept having the feeling that this crazy old master of his wasn't that good, that he had to be very strong to slay a dragon. Just like this, He Feng brought them into the palace overnight. On the second day, when it was dawn, many people wanted to see him. But after knowing that they had entered the palace, they all left in disappointment. The inside of the palace was not as luxurious as Chen Xiang had imagined, but instead was extremely simple. There was a dense aura of an old man, clearly a result of the Pa-S Sage of Time. Even though it was not luxurious, it gave people a solemn and grand feeling. There were countless buildings inside. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian sat on a carriage pulled by a heavenly horse. They were called out of it after walking until dawn broke, and He Feng was the one driving the carriage. It could be seen that the inside of the palace was very complicated. Otherwise, He Feng would not have brought Qin Xiang and himself. After getting off the carriage, Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian followed He Feng into a heavily guarded villa. Eldest young master, I still have a contract with the shop. Chen Xiang said that contract was a little troublesome. If he did not refine the Relive Dan on time, he would be tortured. Destroy it yourself. You are not affected by the contract. You just need to stay here and concoct pills. I will get someone to send the Relive Dan over later. He Feng Pa-S said over the contract that he had signed to Qin Xiang. After Qin Xiang burned it down, he asked, First young master, what do you need so many Relive Dan S for? Master, Yin doesn't need to know about this. I can't tell you yet. He Feng shook his head. Currently, the Relive Dan outside are all very expensive and the quality is also not good. Furthermore, we have a large number of Relive Dan herbs. A portion of medicinal ingredients would make 2 higher-level alchemists, with the majority of them being 1 pellet. However, Chen Xiang had 4 pellets per himself, and his speed was much faster than many alchemists. The 6th prince and the others had their eyes on Qin Xiang, the person who could make use of the medicinal ingredients and his extremely fast speed. Don't wander around here. We need to make enough pills to get you to leave. He Feng then left, followed by 100 batches of Relive Dan's medicinal ingredients. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian lived in a small hut at the bottom of the mountain. He had not started to refine pills yet and was busy processing the herbs. Master, do you have a way to investigate the situation in the palace? Although we can enter, we've encountered many restrictions. We can't leave right now, and the palace is very large as well. Qin Xiang was being transmitted by Huang Jintian, who was worried that someone else might be eavesdropping. It's best if we can come in. There are 2 benefits to coming in. One is that we can observe the situation from the inside, and the other is that if a fight happens here, we're very close to the battlefield, and outside, it might not be easy to come in. Huang Jintian said, Of course, Long Shui was the best at investigating such things, so Qin Xiang did not need to worry. Huang Jintian was also helping Qin Xiang with the processing of the medicinal herbs, but he felt very annoyed. Kid, let me show you something. Huang Jintian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, and then he took out a little bird that looked like it was made from a transparent crystal. Fly. Huang Jintian gently flung, and the transparent little bird flew up into the air. After flying out of the window, Qin Xiang immediately stretched his head out to take a look, but then disappeared into the sky. This little bird is a very powerful immortal equipment. Being able to be linked with my spiritual sense, I can use this little thing to check and understand the situation here. I already have a plan. Huang Jintian chuckled and transmitted to Qinxiang. It's just that the array of the palace is too powerful. It's very hard to fly in. But we're not afraid anymore. We're all inside. Amazing! I'm going to start concocting pills now. Be careful. Don't let anyone catch you. Qinxiang took out the Yanlong furnace. With the help of the Yanlong furnace, he felt even more relaxed and could quickly finish off 100 sets of medicinal ingredients. However, he would be slower because Hifeng had given him 3 days' time. After Qinxiang concocted some pills, he would go out and take a walk, as long as he did not leave the small hut. If he wanted to eat something, as long as he shouted, it would be delivered soon. So Huang Jintian was very satisfied. As he ate the precious delicacies sent by the palace, he used his lousy bird to observe the movements of the palace. Long Xue's harvest was also not small. In merely a day's time, Long Xue had already determined the number of Imperial Feather Race and Imperial Dragon Clan, and both parties were 15. What surprised Qinxiang was that the Imperial Dragon Clan was on the side of the 6th prince, and from the looks of it, he could be considered to be on the same side as him. On the other hand, Imperial Feather Race was the eldest prince's side. There were 7 princes, and 6 of them joined forces to fight against the strongest 6th prince. Furthermore, Long Xue was also observing that there were more and more strong rankers Russ. I, plussing over. I saw someone I know. It's that old woman W. A. And Ji Cheongjin again. And there's also the Hall Master of the Fire Divine Palace, Ditian. They are actually all on the side of the 6th prince. Long Xue replied. During Ditian's time, had always kept it in his heart that he was unable to get rid of the 2 immortal king-stage powerhouses from the Fire Divine Palace. Of course, it was impossible here now. During Ditian's time, had always kept it in his heart that he was unable to get rid of the 2 immortal king-stage powerhouses from the Fire Divine Palace. Of course, it was impossible here now. Huang Jintian sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. I saw that old woman called W. A. N. Ji Cheongjin. When you were at Ditian, you should have sparred with her before. Qinxiang couldn't help but praise Huang Jintian's transparent bird for being able to see and hear so many things. Although it was a bit slower than Long Xue, it was already not bad to be able to do this much. Are they going to fight right here in the palace? Qinxiang asked. If that's not the case, why did they call in such a strong ranker? Could it be that they want to suppress the other party using their aura? Who knows? But if they don't fight, then your dream of getting rich and my dream of slaying a dragon will be ruined. We have to make them fight and make them bite each other. Huang Jintian smiled and sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. Qinxiang had taught him all the tricks he knew, and Huang Jintian had also become proficient with them. At the same time, Qinxiang had also thought the same way. I also want to eat royal bird meat. Grilled royal birds are very delicious. Long Xue shouted from inside the ring. On the 2nd day, Huang Jintian and Long Xue released their vigilant voices at the same time. Hifeng is bringing W. A. and Ji Cheongjin over. If she had not requested for it, Hifeng would definitely not have brought her here. Qinxiang had a bad premonition. He had fought with W. A. and Ji Cheongjin before, so he was worried that he would be recognized. He had a huge grudge with the Imperial Dragon Clan in him, so he definitely could not reveal it. Master Yen, this is one of the 20 Hall Masters of Fire Divine Palace. Senior W. A. and Hifeng was worried that Qinxiang did not know him, so he quickly introduced him in order to not anger W. A. and Ji Cheongjin. Qinxiang and Huang Jintian both came up to greet the old woman, but they were cursing her in their hearts. I heard that when you refined Relive Dan, you were able to produce 4 pellets in a single furnace. I wonder what method you used. W. A. and Ji Cheongjin asked, felt that the situation was not good. If W. A. and Ji Chongjin forced Qin Xiang to teach him the pill refining skills. Even he did not know how to end this situation. This is a secret. Qin Xiang said neither humbly nor arrogantly he would not say anything more in the area of pill refining. He Feng asked at this time, Master Yan, my father asked me to come and ask you about the progress of the pill refining now. I have already refined 80 sets of medicinal ingredients and 320 relived Dan. I can definitely complete it by tomorrow night. Qin Xiang replied, if it was a normal alchemist, then it would take 320 sets of ingredients. Even the stronger ones would need 160 sets, and Qin Xiang was very steady. He had not failed even after concocting so many batches of ingredients, so it was the same for concocting pills. This achievement made W.A. and Ji Chongjin extremely envious. I can buy your alchemy skills from the spiritual crystal, or trade them for something else. W.A. and Ji Chongjin did not give up. At this time, her voice became stern and released an oppressive aura, as if telling Qin Xiang that he was just a bug. Qin Xiang frowned. He Feng's forehead was also covered in sweat. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone. This is what my master told me. I'm sorry. Qin Xiang's voice sank, feeling somewhat angry. Call your master out. I want to talk to him, W.A. and Ji Chongjin said in a cold voice. If he sees me, he will definitely agree to make a deal with me. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian sneered in their hearts. With that old woman's appearance, even a drawing of a portrait hanging on the bed would be able to repel evil spirits. I'm also looking for my master. If you can find him, that's for the best. Qin Xiang said. Huang Jintian was Qin Xiang's master, but Huang Jintian knew that Qin Xiang definitely had another formidable person who could guide him in refining pills. Who is your master? W.A. and Ji Chongjin saw that the person in front of him was extremely stubborn and was not afraid of her at all. I don't know his name either. Other than him, no one else knows either. Qin Xiang spread his hands. Where did he come from? A person immediately appeared in He Feng's mind and anxiously asked, Devil Killing Summit. Qin Xiang said, this was what Su Meiyao had taught him. Hearing those 3 words, W.A. and Ji Chongjin's face changed. He became even more gloomy and cold, then turned and left. You came from the Devil Killing Summit. He Feng asked in surprise. No, I've never been there. My master also told me not to go there. Qin Xiang said. The master he was referring to was Su Meiyao's master back then, and although no one knew his name, he was extremely famous. Even W.A. and Ji Chongjin had directly left upon hearing his name. At this time, He Feng looked at Huang Jintian, who was behind Qin Xiang, and said with an astonished expression, You said that this old mister was your master's relative. What relations? H.I. plus P does he have with your master? Hearing He Feng's words, W.A. and Ji Chongjin immediately walked back and looked at him. Huang Jintian said indifferently, I am his master's cousin. I don't know how to refine pills, but I do in fighting, so don't think about it too much. Nonsense. How could he have a cousin? W.A. and Ji Chongjin sneered. You really are his cousin. You would be in this place. Huang Jintian said, What am I doing here? Aren't you also here? Although I am not his master, if you want to touch him, you have to pass through me first. Right now, I am even more unconvinced that he is the disciple of Devil Killing Summit. All of you must have been planning to lie to me. This brat wants to lie to me. I must capture him and bring him back for punishment. Just as W.A. and Ji Chongjin finished speaking, Huang Jintian gave a furious shout, and a golden multicolored light spurted out from his body. The entire villa started to tremble. Old demon girl, I'm from the Devil Killing Summit. It's normal for me to kill you with my bare hands. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but now I can't take it anymore. Huang Jintian struck out with his palm. On the palm of his hand there was a flash. H-I plus in red Punisher word, which emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Devil Slayer Palm. W-A-N. Ji Cheongjin was startled and immediately dodged, but after dodging W-A-N, Ji Cheongjin quickly kept his distance. What's going on? The sixth prince flew over from afar. His face was still wearing the mask, and his voice was full of surprise. Chunxiang, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yu were also very shocked. Originally, they only planned to use Devil Killing Summit to deceive that W-A-N Ji Cheongjin, but they never thought that Huang Jintian would really use Devil Killing Summit's ultimate skill, the demon-destroying palm. Ask this old woman. She angered us time and time again, and she even forced others to hand over their alchemy skills. Only this kind of devil likes to do things that are forbidden from doing anything. Huang Jintian said coldly. At this time, not only was the sixth prince there, a large group of people had also arrived, including Imperial Dragon Clan. At this time, the strength of this group was clear. This was something that Huang Jintian had deliberately used his demon Punisher palm to lure here. When everyone arrived at the place, Huang Jintian had already stopped his attacks. Although they could not see his demon Punisher palm, there were still many people who were familiar with the aura emitted by his palms. When everyone arrived at the place, Huang Jintian had already stopped his attacks. Although they could not see his demon Punisher palm, there were still many people who were familiar with the aura emitted by his palms. You actually dared to attack me, and even used the Devil Slayer palm. W-A-N Ji Cheongjin was furious. If she had been hit just now, even if she did not die, she would at least lose a layer of skin. So what? I still want to kill you. Huang Jintian also glared at her. Then he kicked W-A-N Ji Cheongjin and the others to apologize. He just did not understand why the people of Devil Killing Summit would choose to refine pills for the sake of earning spiritual crystal. But when he saw that Huang Jintian's strength was not very strong, and that Chen Xiang was only able to refine high-grade ground-level pills, he guessed that he was a disciple of the Devil Killing Summit who was scattered outside. It was possible that he was looking for the master of the Devil Killing Summit. This kind of thing happened a long time ago. People who were related to the Devil Killing Summit were all very strong, especially when it came to alchemy. There's nothing left to do here. Everyone go back and leave. This little brother, Yan, is still concocting pills for me. If you stay here, you will disturb him. The sixth prince left with the rest, and didn't ask Qin Xiang about other things. After everyone had left, Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This sixth prince really knows how to act like a human being. If not for this, he would have met so many powerful people." Huang Jintian's expression was a little serious as he transmitted his voice to Qin Xiang. "Tomorrow, after we hand over the last relive Dan, we will leave quickly. We cannot stay here for too long. There are a lot of enemies in Devil Killing Summit. Both you and I have been exposed." "Master, you really are someone from the Devil Killing Summit. How is it that I don't know when you joined them?" asked. The Devil Killing Summit was only what Bai Yu and Su Meiyao had told him. He did not understand much about the Devil Killing Summit, but he knew that the Devil Killing Summit was very powerful, so he guessed that Su Meiyao and Bai Yu came from the Devil Killing Summit. "Aren't you?" Huang Jintian asked in surprise. No, I just heard about it." After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he changed his words. "Perhaps it can be considered to be true. In short, I have some connections with the people of the Devil Killing Summit." "Nonsense, you must be. I am the Devil Killing Summits. You are my disciple. And right now you are the Devil Killing Summits." Huang Jintian patted his shoulder. "Ah. The Demon Punisher palm is so powerful that it scares that old woman's face green." Chen Xiang smiled and asked they were secretly communicating through sound transmission. "That won't be easy to learn. I'll ask my teacher about that when I see him in the future and have him adapt it for you to learn." Huang Jintian said, "You go and concoct pills first. Leave this place as soon as possible. I have mastered the strength of those fellows. Now I want to see what they want with so many relived Dan. Chen Xiang entered the secret room. As he came out with the herbs, he asked Long Shui. A group of experts had just arrived, but he couldn't see the strength of these experts. The whole body is very strong. That's why your master chose to leave. Amongst them, there are 4 dragon kings and at least 10 immortal kings. And if we were to fight, it would be somewhat difficult to fish in troubled waters. However, we can only temporarily leave the palace. Long Shui was also shocked by the reinforcements invited by the 6th prince. A dragon king was a very strong one. What's with the Devil Slayer palm? Is my master really from the Devil Killing Summit? Chun Xiang said. Of course, the Devil Slayer palm is an ultimate technique of the Devil Killing Summit. Even if there is a cultivation technique, not everyone can learn it. It is specially written by people from the Devil Killing Summit for disciples, and can be learned by people with different cultivation directions. Junior Sister and I are both people of the Devil Killing Summit, and our master, the Ruthless Devil Venerable, is also from the Devil Killing Summit. Bai Yu said, Devil Killing Summit is so powerful. Have you guys been there yet? Chan Xiang asked in surprise. No, none of our masters have ever been there. Only our young masters have ever been there, and they're the ones who taught me how to refine pills. Su Meiyao said, an expert on the level of the Ruthless Devil Venerable had never been to the Devil Killing Summit before. It could be seen how powerful the experts in the Devil Killing Summit were. No wonder that group of people were panic-stricken when they heard that the people from the Devil Killing Summit were here. Chan Xiang quickly completed what He Feng had given him and finished refining all the ingredients. Just as he walked out of the pill refining room, Huang Jintian rushed over and said to him, I know what these guys are so anxious about. They're using some secret techniques to create a group of immortals. Qin Xiang immediately thought of Shen Lingling, and his face darkened. This bunch of BAS, TARDS. Their current technique has improved a lot. Unlike what Littling said, it won't fail often. Right now, their success is relatively easy, but after succeeding, they will suffer from internal and external injuries, which is why they need relived Dan to heal them. Huang Jintian caressed the transparent little bird in his hand and continued, I used this little thing to follow that He Feng brought to see all of these. Thinking about how the relived Dan he refined could be used to do such wicked things, Qin Xiang felt extremely angry. He no longer planned to give the relived Dan in his hands to He Feng, since he didn't have the contract with him. What do they need so many of these people for? If the 6th prince wants to fight for the throne, he still can't rely on these immortal kings. Huang Jintian shook his head. They used a secret technique to create so many worldly immortals. They're definitely not here to fight for the throne. My guess is that they are here to mine resources. They definitely lack manpower right now. They probably found some resources to mine. They all use some youths to get them. I wonder where they got so many heaven pills. In order to get so many heaven pills, they must have to kill quite a few immortals. Could it be that they are hunting those rogue cultivators outside? Chun Xiang said angrily, Leave now, we can't help them commit crimes anymore. Huang Jintian nodded. Have you decided how to leave? If they don't let us out, we'll rush out. Although there are a lot of formations here, it's still very easy to exit from here. Chun Xiang said. Huang Jintian shook his head. Brat, use your brain. You just received a message. Someone from your Devil Killing Summit is looking for you. They are outside. They need us to go outside and wait for them to go out. They can talk about a place that is further from the palace. Qin Xiang had been too impulsive just now. He nodded and said, Then I'll go call He Feng over right now. Huang Jintian laughed. When the time comes, you can go out by yourself. I'm still wandering around here, you know. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up and he laughed. Master, be careful. When He Feng received the notice, he immediately rushed over, and upon knowing that Chen Xiang was about to go out, he wanted to reject it first. But when he heard that Chen Xiang wanted to see the person from Devil Killing Summit, he did not dare stop him. There was a high possibility that someone from Devil Killing Summit was looking for him, as they wanted to bring him back to Devil Killing Summit. When Hifeng received the notice, he immediately rushed over, and upon knowing that Chen Xiang was about to go out, he wanted to reject it first. But when he heard that Chen Xiang wanted to see the person from Devil Killing Summit, he did not dare stop him. There was a high possibility that someone from Devil Killing Summit was looking for him, as they wanted to bring him back to Devil Killing Summit. Over the years, many experts had claimed that they were Devil Killing Summit, but most of them had never gone there and only received guidance from the experts that came from the Devil Killing Summit. If they could return to the Devil Killing Summit, then their achievements would be even greater in the future. However, it was true that there were a lot of enemies in the Devil Killing Summit, because many people who called themselves Devil Killing Summit would often cause trouble everywhere, provoking some strong warriors or powerful forces. Over time, many great powers would target the Devil Killing Summit, and no matter who it was, as long as they were people from the Devil Killing Summit, they were enemies of the big powers. I will not return to the Devil Killing Summit for the time being. My followers will stay here. Chen Xiang said. This was what Huang Jintian had taught him. Just like last time, Hifeng brought Chen Xiang out of the palace using a carriage. Although it was just Hifeng, he was very strong, with enough strength to protect Chen Xiang, as long as it wasn't the immortal king. Hifeng was still young, and was already at the late stage of a mortal monarch. He might very well become an immortal king soon. The royal families in Myriad Dan immortal country were indeed very strong. As he sat on the carriage, Chen Xiang closed his eyes and pretended to rest. He was in the middle of thinking about how to get rid of Hifeng. The person who came to find me sent me a message. He said that there are special reasons why I am not allowed to enter the immortal palace. He told me to meet him outside. Young master, you only need to wait for me at the shop. Chen Xiang said, if not for Huang Jintian remaining in the palace, this Hifeng would have thought that Chen Xiang wanted to shake him off. Now he nodded very straightforwardly, as he knew that the follower beside Chen Xiang was very powerful. Arriving at the entrance of the shop, Chen Xiang anxiously rushed over to the transmission array and teleported to the exit of the immortal palace. After leaving the immortal palace, he entered the vast forest, concealing his whereabouts. Initially, there were people following him, but as soon as he exited the immortal palace, he was quickly left behind. After the people following Chen Xiang were thrown off, they immediately sent a message to Hifeng. When Hifeng realized that something was wrong, he immediately returned to the palace. Huang Jintian calculated the time, and when it was about time, he immediately hid himself. He had lived for who knows how many years. Although he was sometimes crazy, no one could do anything to him while he was playing dirty. To suddenly disappear from the palace by yourself was a very scary thing to do. If one were to hide in there recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention that that person was from Devil Killing Summit. Tengu had already made his move. What was terrifying was that he did not know where the two had gone. Only now did he remember that the Ling maidservant that had always been by Chen Xiang's side had already disappeared, and they could not find any trace of little Ling. This immediately made the sixth prince and the others think that this was a premeditated plan. Otherwise, it would not have been so rigorous. This sixth prince is really amazing. His men are everywhere, and they're all looking for me. Chen Xiang hid outside for a few days, turned into a young man, and entered the main palace once again. Upon entering, he saw many people on the road who were not weak disguise themselves as regular people. That's why that crazy old master told you to leave earlier. If he stays in the palace now, it should be even more dangerous. I wonder if he can handle it. Long Shui said, I'm not worried about him. He probably won't stop until he kills 1 or 2 dragons. If Chen Xiang had not helped her, she would not have been able to escape the sixth prince's pursuit so easily. However, Huang Jintian had done it on his own. Chen Xiang then came to the central area, looked at the high walls of the palace and said, I'm here to make a fortune. How can I leave just like that? He had indeed made 100 billion spiritual crystal, but that was still too little for him. What are your plans now? Long Shui asked because he saw that Chen Xiang had come to the Myriad Dan building again. I've been looking down on that He Hong. Come here and beat him up. Chen Xiang walked into the Myriad Dan building and entered the third floor. Although he lost last time, the He Hong still roamed around here looking for some soft persimmon to pinch. The elder Uncle Li was also here, and he looked like he was sleeping. When Chen Xiang arrived at the third floor, he saw that elder Uncle Li's eyelids had twitched, and he was shocked in his heart. He suspected that the elder Uncle Li already knew about his arrival. The mysterious elder Uncle Li was not an ordinary person. Chen Xiang was secretly on guard. As soon as the elder Uncle Li pierced through him, he would immediately leave, and right now 60,000 words worth of people were looking for him. Even here, there were people sent by the sixth prince. The sixth prince had obtained a genius alchemist, but this genius alchemist had been eliminated, causing the sixth prince to be mocked by the other princes. The sixth prince could now confirm that Master Yen was not with the other princes, but he had a goal to infiltrate the palace. The He Hong brought a few people and strolled around. Qin Xiang walked over and asked Long Shui at the same time, "Does this kid have an immortal monarch by his side?" "Nope." Long Shui said. When Chen Xiang walked over, the He Hong was already staring at an old man. He saw that the old man had just finished refining a batch of pills and walked over with a sinister smile. "Old ox, your pill refining skills have improved a lot. Are you interested in competing with my first store's alchemist?" When the old man heard the He Hong's voice, his thin body slightly trembled, and he said, "There's no need to compete. I definitely can't compare to the alchemist in your first shop. I just mastered refining high-grade ground level pills not long ago." "Oh, you dare to reject me? Don't you want to stay here any longer?" The He Hong sneered. "You should be clear about the consequences if you reject me. If you lose, you wouldn't suffer any loss, right?" "But I don't want to compete right now." The old bull really did not want to compete. Although losing to the He Hong was nothing, he would sneer at him from time to time, which would affect things a lot. This was not just a simple sparring in pill refining techniques. The He Hong had specially tricked him. Qin Xiang walked over and shouted, "How about I compete with you?" The He Hong immediately looked at Qin Xiang, and just as he turned around, Qin Xiang flashed and appeared in front of him. Following that, Qin Xiang's fist fiercely smashed into his nose. "It's more interesting that I will compete with you in fists. It's boring to concoct pills all day long." Qin Xiang's fist had already destroyed the He Hong's nose, and right now, the entire face of the He Hong was covered in blood. Many people had wanted to beat up the He Hong for a long time, but this He Hong was the son of the first prince, so even if they scolded him in front of him, there would be serious consequences if they did it. Now, however, there was actually someone who was not afraid of death and directly punched him in the nose, causing him to bleed profusely. Many people had wanted to beat up the He Hong for a long time, but this He Hong was the son of the first prince, so even if they scolded him in front of him, there would be serious consequences if they did it. Now, however, there was actually someone who was not afraid of death and directly punched him in the nose, causing him to bleed profusely. Kill him! Dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. The He Hong covered its nose and screamed. Chen Xiang's attacks were very sudden, and no one would have thought that someone would dare attack someone in the Myriad Dan building, and that the person being attacked was even W.A.N.G. Sun, which was equivalent to opposing the entire royal family. The normally domineering He Hong-s were even more unexpected, so his subordinates were unable to react for a moment. Chen Xiang only threw a punch, and he ran down the stairs like lightning. He quickly walked out of the Myriad Dan building and blended into the crowd to change his appearance. Everyone was secretly happy that they were suddenly given the He Hong. Although it did not cause any serious injuries to the He Hong, it definitely hurt a lot just now, and the most important thing was that their face had been severely damaged. Leaving after a single punch, you sure are damaging yourself. Long Shui laughed. "One punch is enough. This guy is just arrogant. He can give him some memory, but the father and son duo, on the other hand, are all hypocrites. Truly, a vile person is much better than a hypocrite. Chunxiang said, after the He Hong was beaten up, a few rankers of the 4th and 5th floor came over. Some of them attacked at the Myriad Dan building, but it infuriated the higher-ups of the Myriad Dan building, so they immediately sent people to look for him. Chunxiang was far away from the Myriad Dan building and would walk past the majestic, huge door of the palace from time to time. He needed to pay attention to the movements in the palace at all times, and if there was a fight inside, he would immediately sneak in. A few days had said, but there were still no movements from inside the palace. It was clear that the conflict between the two parties was not intense enough, and was probably just speaking out of words, and Myriad Dan Immortal Country did not announce old W.N.G's abdication. An emperor dragon walked out of the palace, and he even followed that He Feng. Long Shui said, when Chunxiang got close to the entrance of the palace, Long Shui sensed the qi and immediately told Chunxiang. However, Chunxiang did not see He Feng or dragon. In the direction of the 6th shop, I reckon that they have come out to play. There are a total of 2 emperor dragons, and their strengths are around the immortal monarch. Long Shui said. Chunxiang immediately walked towards the direction of the 6th shop. The shops around the 6th shop were all under the jurisdiction of the 6th prince. If the 6th prince were to ascend to the position, he would hand it over to He Feng. When they were nearing the 6th shop, Chunxiang saw a hunchbacked old man. He had a messy beard on his face, and his hair was very neatly combed. Little naughty dragon, I feel that this old man is my master. What do you think? Chunxiang did not sense any aura from the old man's body. He should be that crazy old man. When I went to check his strength, it was the same. Long Shui said. Chunxiang came over and patted on his shoulder. The old man immediately turned his head and inspected Chunxiang's strength, but was unable to find anything. He immediately knew that the young man in front of him was his disciple who had disguised himself. Huang Jintian's eyes carried a smile as he sent a sound transmission to Chunxiang. Little brat, you're quite amazing to be able to recognize me. I recognize you even after turning into ashes. Master, weren't you in the palace? How did you get out? It took me so much effort to get in. For Huang Jintian to be able to appear on the street and even approach the 6th shop, it was obvious that he had come for those dragons. I found a way to enter and exit freely. Now that there are 2 small dragons out, I followed them out. You will soon be able to taste the dragon meat. Huang Jintian laughed. Chunxiang had originally planned to use some sort of poison to kill those 2 emperor dragons, but that would be a given. The difficulty would be a little high, but it would be different now. This crazy old man's grilled meat is pretty good. I wonder how he will cook the dragon meat. I really want to eat it. Long Shui said while drooling. Do you need help? Chunxiang asked. No need. Wait for me at the 20,000 pill palaces. Something big might happen tonight. We'll contact each other by secret signal. Huang Jintian said. I want to stay as well. Chunxiang said anxiously if tonight was the battle for the throne, if he was not here, he would not have gotten lucky. Idiot! Of course, I know you are here to make a fortune. I have calculated using the heaven extended method. The old king would abdicate tonight, and then some things would happen. The location would be around the 20th palace. After I finish off these 2 small dragons, I will go and reunite with you and pick up the loot. Huang Jintian had the ability to foresee the future, so of course Chunxiang believed him. After bidding farewell to Huang Jintian, he entered the transmission array and was teleported to Immortal Palace number 20 in Myriad Dan Immortal Country. These 20 immortal palaces were very big. However, they weren't as prosperous as the main palace. Moreover, there weren't many people here, and there were very few places with houses. They were very suitable for great battles. Chunxiang wandered around for 4 hours before he found out that there was only one area with a single person in it, and that it was far from the center. An immortal palace is as big as a continent, So this immortal palace should have a lot of empty space. Could it be that this immortal palace is used for fighting? Chunxiang's heart was filled with suspicion. He was staying at a hotel near the transmission array. He laid on his bed and patiently waited. However, at this time he sensed an energy fluctuation coming from the transmission array. It was a very strong aura fluctuation. This meant that someone was currently teleporting over from a very far place, and it was definitely not the myriad Dan immortal country's numerous immortal palaces. Who's coming? Chunxiang used the heaven tour and allowed his divine soul to fly above the transmission array. The only person who was teleporting over was only a woman, and she was also wearing a mask and a bamboo hat, although she was wearing a loose black robe that covered her body. Chunxiang could tell from her footsteps that she was definitely a woman. He was not interested in the beginning, but some people made him very mysterious. This was normal, but just as he was about to put away the heaven tour, he discovered that the woman had left behind some signals. When she said by a wall, she gently touched it with her hand, leaving behind a very, very shallow mark. This signal is... Chunxiang immediately jumped up from the bed. He did not think that he knew this woman, nor did he think that he would come to this place where a great battle was going to take place. It's Sister Ziqian. What is she doing here? Chunxiang quickly left the hotel. She is currently wanted, and she is related. Many people are looking for her, and she also left a secret signal in a place like this. Could it be that she is looking for you? Bai Yuyu was also very confused. Chunxiang walked out of the hotel, and just as he walked past the entrance, he quickly whispered to Bai Ziqian. Chunxiang walked out of the hotel, and just as he walked past the entrance, he quickly whispered to Bai Ziqian. Sister Ziqian, I'm here. Bai Ziqian turned his head to look at Chunxiang and then walked over. He looked like she was very calm, but in her heart, she was very surprised that Chunxiang would appear so quickly, as if he was waiting for her here. Chunxiang brought her to his room. Bai Ziqian took off the mask, revealing a pair of evil and cold blue eyes. The purple-colored scorpion pattern on her forehead emitted a purple-colored, demonic glow, and from that look, one could tell that she was a very powerful witch. Sister Ziqian, long time no see. How have you been? Chunxiang laughed. Bai Ziqian had an ice-cold expression, but when she looked at Chunxiang, her eyes revealed a gentle light. Chunxiang gave her a large amount of magical corruption gas and drank magical poison, allowing her to handle the poison easily. This poison was something many poison masters yearned for day and night. Do you have more magical poison? If they're gone, I'll take some time to get some for you. Chunxiang knew that while Bai Ziqian was escaping, he would definitely run into a lot of enemies. I rarely use any strange poisons. I still have a lot of them here. You and that goblin, are they okay? Bai Ziqian asked. All good. Chunxiang laughed. I was looking for you for a reason. I knew that you were at the main palace. I didn't expect that you would come here too, faster than me. Bai Ziqian said, How did you know I was in the main palace? I hid it well. Chunxiang couldn't understand. I guessed. Bai Ziqian said, I want to borrow some blood from you. Since you have impenetrable, your blood should be able to cure the poison as well. How much? Chunxiang rolled up his sleeves. Full. Bai Ziqian took out a jar and handed it over to Chunxiang. I will not treat you unfairly. Although there was a lot of blood in that jar, Chunxiang's recovery speed was fast, so he did not care much. Take it. Bai Ziqian looked at the jar of blood in satisfaction and handed a small box to Chunxiang. Chunxiang opened it to see and discovered that it was a blood-red pellet. Heaven blood pill. Chunxiang said in shock, and eat it. Bai Ziqian had originally thought that since Chunxiang had lost so much blood, it would probably harm his vitality. However, he still looked as fierce as ever, and she didn't know that Chunxiang had jade, dragon blood and such things. Now that all of these things had fused together, it made his physique even more terrifying and could be said to be not a bad body. After consuming the heaven blood pill, the rate at which Chen Xiang recovered his blood became much faster, and in a short while he was back to how he was before. Sister Ziqian, did you come here to find me? How did you know that I would definitely come here? Chen Xiang asked curiously. If nothing unexpected happens, the war for the myriad Dan immortal countries' throne should start here. If you are in the main palace, you will find out soon enough. With your personality, you should come here, so I came here to wait for you. Bai Ziqian said. Chen Xiang said excitedly, Sister Ziqian, then do you want to interfere in this matter? That's great. Bai Ziqian shook his head. No, I am still wanted. If my item 1. Tai is revealed, the first one to suffer would be me. However, I will wait here for the end of the war. As long as I don't go near the battlefield, I'll be safe. Who are the people chasing you right now? Who are the main forces? Chun Xiang knew that she would probably be hunted down a lot. She had killed an immortal king, and she had even used a strange poison. Devil-suppressing divine palace. I killed another immortal king a while ago. He belonged to devil-suppressing divine palace. It's just that they loved face and did not mention it. Bai Ziqian's words gave Chen Xiang a fright. Devil-suppressing divine palace was an existence that was on par with fire divine palace. Don't worry, although they have the means to track me down, I'll leave soon and won't implicate you. Just as Bai Ziqian finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. She anxiously put on her mask and said solemnly, the people from devil-suppressing divine palace are here. I'll be leaving first. Just as Bai Ziqian walked in front of the door, a strong pressure hit him, causing him to shout out loud and pounce towards Chen Xiang. In the next moment, he grabbed onto Chen Xiang's hand and jumped up, breaking through the floor and reaching high up in the sky. A boom sounded out, and before Chen Xiang could react, he saw a few golden rays of light enter the hotel from several directions. An entire hotel was enveloped by them. After the golden light disappeared, the hotel disappeared without a trace. There was only a deep pit there. Seeing this attack, Chen Xiang's hair immediately stood up. If Bai Ziqian had not reacted quickly, he would have been covered in wounds just now. He could tell that the people who attacked were all immortal kings, but what made him furious was that these people actually killed innocent people. It could be seen how tyrannical this devil-suppressing divine palace was. Even if it was an immortal monarch, the attack just now would have made them vaporized. It was unknown whether there were any famous disciples inside, but even if there were, this devil-suppressing divine palace was not afraid. It's the 5 immortal kings of devil-suppressing divine palace. Now, you have also been targeted by them. Bai Ziqian clenched his teeth. He then pulled Chen Xiang and flew away from the place where many people were gathered. If they were to fight, the only place left with people in the 20th palace would be destroyed. Go to the wilderness and kill them with poison. Chen Xiang replied, Anyway, you're not afraid. It's the same if a few more immortal kings die. They are all from devil-suppressing divine palace. Their methods of resisting the strange poison are very clever. If I could kill them, they wouldn't have chased me here. Bai Ziqian said. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ziqian had already brought Chen Xiang out of the wilderness, with the 5 immortal kings following closely behind. They would occasionally release a strong golden light, and along the way, they would destroy several mountain peaks. What are they tracking you for? A snout like a tengu? Chen Xiang asked. If he did not clarify this, it would be very difficult for him to get rid of these 5 immortal kings. No, I've been with them before, and they were able to release a special kind of aura which then seeped into my body. Unknowingly, ACCU. Me adding a lot of it. I can't force it out. I think there are some in your body as well. Bai Ziqian said, Sister Ziqian, you're so stupid. Sister, you taught me devouring magic kung fu, so I can help you absorb all these qi, and I can get rid of them in the end. Chen Xiang said, Let's give it a try. Bai Ziqian's heart was moved. As long as that aura is condensed in my heart. Bai Ziqian pulled Qin Xiang's hand over and pressed it on his own soft chest. Hurry, they're about to chase us. Qin Xiang subconsciously grabbed at the soft object as he shouted coldly. His body released a burst of cold energy, causing him to be shocked to the point of immediately releasing his divine power to sense the qi inside her heart. He quickly sensed that it was indeed special, but he was able to easily suck it out. Qin Xiang subconsciously grabbed at the soft object as he shouted coldly. His body released a burst of cold energy, causing him to be shocked to the point of immediately releasing his divine power to sense the qi inside her heart. He quickly sensed that it was indeed special, but he was able to easily suck it out. It's done. Qin Xiang completed it very quickly. If it wasn't for the urgent situation he was in, he would have dragged it out for a while. Although it was through his clothes, his hand still felt good. Humph! Bai Ziqian felt Qin Xiang's fingers wiggle slightly, and immediately moved his hand away. Then he grabbed his wrist and shuttled back and forth in the forest. I shook him off. Long Shui said. However, that qi is indeed strange. Even from a distance, you would still be sensed by it. If I did not help you hide, I'm afraid that you would have become the target in the future. Qin Xiang tried to force it out on the way, but it was difficult, so he was not worried. Huh. They split up and looked for it. Long Shui laughed. She had been using the Heaven Tour to observe the immortal kings. Qin Xiang said to Bai Ziqian in a low voice, Sister Ziqian, they have split up to look for us. Do you think we should kill one or two of them together to make them feel bad? Bai Ziqian stopped in her tracks. She had also sensed that no one was chasing after her, and the aura that had been gathered together had split into 5. Even if he did not use poison, in a one-on-one fight, Bai Ziqian could defeat an immortal king from the devil-suppressing divine palace. All right. Bai Ziqian pondered for a moment, then pulled Qin Xiang and ran in one direction. She seemed to be able to sense where the immortal kings were. Big Sister's strength is much stronger than the immortal kings of devil-suppressing divine palace. But devil-suppressing divine palace has their own demon chi methods, so Big Sister should be more pressured by them. You should be clear about this. Wait for a moment and watch out for the opportunity to take action, secretly aiding her. Bai Ziqian said. Qin Xiang chuckled. Of course, although this kind of thing is disgraceful, I am still more willing to do it. Qin Xiang was the best at releasing hidden arrows, and he would frequently fire them, so he rarely missed out on any of them. However, Bai Ziqian did not plan to have Qin Xiang help. Qin Xiang had just ascended, and facing immortal king-level experts, he basically did not have any power to resist. Even if there was some strange poison, it would not be of much use. You wait for me here. I'll go chase after that guy myself. This should be the more powerful immortal king amongst them. Bai Ziqian threw Qin Xiang under a big tree. This huge tree was extremely big and required dozens of people to hug it, regardless of whether Qin Xiang agreed or not. After Bai Ziqian stuffed Qin Xiang into a tree hole, he chased after a devil-suppressing divine palace's immortal king at lightning speed. Qin Xiang had promised to help Bai Ziqian before, as he turned into a bird and flew quickly in the forest. However, his speed was not as fast as Bai Ziqian's, unless he used the spatial laws to travel through space, which you are courting death. A loud roar came from the sky, shaking the forest and causing the leaves to dance in the air. You provoked me first. A blue light flashed in front of Bai Ziqian. Not knowing what she had done, the trees within a few hundred meters of her suddenly turned into powder and were blown away by the strong wind. The immortal king in the air released a few rays of golden light that carried the power of suppressing devils and struck Bai Ziqian like lightning. However, the blue light that flickered on Bai Ziqian's body had a bizarre power as it bounced off, causing the powerful suppressive devils to spread out in all directions, like countless of golden needles flying out in all directions, causing the trees that were hit to instantly turn into ashes. The battle between immortal kings is indeed fierce. I almost got into trouble. Qin Xiang was crawling on the ground now, but he had turned into a tiny bug. You deserve to die if you use the super old poison. Everyone has the responsibility to chase and kill you. The immortal king of devil-suppressing, divine palace drank. Humph, then why did that fellow who died in my hands get me to hand over poison? He should have killed me immediately. If the super old poison was in front of you guys, I'm afraid you guys would probably NATC, H it away like a group of hungry mad dogs. Bai Ziqian ridiculed. Nonsense, don't slander us. The immortal king bellowed and swooped down like a golden meteor, striking straight at Bai Ziqian. A very decent guy. Bai Ziqian bellowed, her body flickered with blue light as her jade fists suddenly turned purple and black. Are you going to use the magical corruption gas? Qin Xiang said in shock. He never thought that Bai Ziqian would actually be able to refine magical corruption gas into his body. He was very curious how he did it. The devil-suppressing holy power on both of his hands were extremely powerful, and when it shone on Bai Ziqian's body, it made her feel an incomparable amount of pain. However, when the demon immortal suppressing king saw the change in Bai Ziqian's expression, his heart was also shocked, but he was not afraid. Which, accept your fate. The demon subduing immortal king laughed sinisterly, his fists suddenly glowing with a golden light, an even more powerful demonic suppressing force. Boom! 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 The ground was shaken by the strong force of the explosion, causing large cracks to appear. Strong wind swept up the broken rocks on the ground, causing large areas of land to be engulfed in black dust. In the midst of this wave of energy, Qin Xiang carefully traveled through S.P.A.C. to approach them. Haha. Your magical corruption gas is useless to me, but you have even hurt yourself, which I will capture you alive, and then we will convene a devil slaughter conference. The demon-suppressing immortal king laughed. The corner of Bai Ziqian's mouth had purple blood flowing out of it. His face was pale, his blue eyes had also dimmed by a lot, and his fists were covered with purplish black blood. Even a demon king as strong as Bai Ziqian was unable to defeat them. There are already immortal kings from other devil-suppressing divine palace coming. Hurry! Long Shui urged. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth. He immediately teleported back and forth between Great Duan Kong and the demon immortal king. Who? The demon-suppressing immortal king roared. The sound was extremely furious, because half of the green blade suddenly appeared from his stomach, causing him to be extremely shocked, because there were many magical corruption gas hovering around the blade. Qin Xiang used most of his strength to pull out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Fortunately, the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was very sharp and had a strong defense, so it was able to pierce through the demon lord's immortal robe and break his defense. Green dragon demon-slain broadsword. He already knew who this person was, other than Qin Xiang. Who else had green dragon demon-slain broadsword-s? However, he did not expect that Qin Xiang actually had such a large number of magical corruption gases, and when he stabbed him a moment ago, he had injected a lot of them. Devil-suppressing Divine Palace had wanted to capture Qin Xiang for a long time, because he could obtain the two treasures, Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword and Holy Devil-Suppressing Seal. Accept your fate. Qin Xiang laughed coldly. He waved his blade, and with a swoosh, the immortal king that had been poisoned to the bone marrow was slashed all over. Accept your fate. Qin Xiang laughed coldly. He waved his blade, and with a swoosh, the immortal king that had been poisoned to the bone marrow was slashed all over. The body of demon immortal suppression was still very strong. If it was anyone else, they would have already been smashed into pieces. You. Qin Xiang sensed the qi approaching him and quickly gathered his strength. He released a ball of multicolored heavenly fire and struck the demon lord's body, burning his soul away. Hurry up and leave. Bai Ziqian's injuries weren't too serious yet, so she pulled Qin Xiang and escaped once more. Even if Qin Xiang didn't appear, she could still escape. Just as they thought to themselves, the four elders suddenly appeared beside the unextinguished seven-colored heavenly fire. As they looked at the seven-colored light radiating from the heavenly fire, their expressions became extremely grim. I haven't seen this type of flame in a long time. Someone who can release this flame definitely isn't a fiendish demon. I didn't expect the witch to have such a powerful person by her side. Another immortal king has died. It seems it's time to report to the Tao Shrine. An old man said solemnly. Who the Hell is it? There are only a few people that can release the seven-colored heavenly fire, so it's necessary to have the head palace master find those few guys and ask. Now, 2 immortal kings have died. The death immortal king was a very serious matter for a superpower. Although the heaven realm was vast and had a large number of people, but there were very few immortal kings. When the devil-suppressing divine palace was chasing after Bai Ziqian, 2 of them had already died. Now that they had lost track of Bai Ziqian, they felt uneasy when they saw an expert who knew how to use rainbow heaven flames beside Bai Ziqian. Bai Ziqian brought Qin Xiang and flew far away in one breath, but they had not left the immortal palace yet, so it would be difficult for the demon lord to find them. Is it serious? Qin Xiang asked in concern. It's fine. It'll be fine soon. Bai Ziqian had just seen the rainbow heaven flame that Qin Xiang had released, and that had also surprised her, because people who knew how to use this kind of flame were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in Heaven Realm. Qin Xiang had only just ascended. She had not expected Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao to cultivate to be so strong. Deep in the night, Qin Xiang and Bai Ziqian were in the forest, and Bai Ziqian's complexion had improved a lot. To be able to kill a devil-suppressing divine palace's immortal king, she felt extremely satisfied. If Qin Xiang had not suddenly appeared and stabbed the immortal king with his blade, injecting a large amount of magical corruption gas, it would not have been that easy to obtain victory. The battle for the throne is about to begin. I need to leave as soon as possible. If the devil-suppressing divine palace spreads the news, I'm afraid all 7 princes will search for me. Bai Ziqian said, And, Sister Ziqian, take care. I want to look for you in the future. I will do something big. You will leave a signal at the entrance of the immortal palace to contact you. Qin Xiang said, You have to be careful too. Take good care of you. Bai Ziqian looked at Qin Xiang gently and patted his shoulder. Take care. Bai Ziqian left for the night. He returned to the only place in the immortal palace that had people everywhere. If Huang Jintian wanted to kill the Emperor Dragon, he wanted to know if it was a success. In the sky, Qin Xiang had finally returned, and on the streets here, a portrait of Bai Ziqian would appear at intervals. There were still colors on it, completely imprinting her charming and seductive face down, making people somewhat captivated by her portrait. Mo Tian, the former daughter of the Bai clan's demon emperor Bai Ziqian, was known as the Devil Scorpion Princess and was proficient in using poison. Now, she had already used one of the super old poison-s, the magical corruption gas, to kill 3 immortal kings. Qin Xiang tore a bounty and placed it into her ring. He asked in shock, Sister Yu, your father is actually a demon emperor. Others sealed it for him. He had never admitted it before. Didn't you see that it was the former demon emperor? Bai Yuyu's voice was ice-cold. It was clear that she did not have any feelings for the demon emperor's father. Sister Meiyao said that he died once in the Great War between 3 realms. Only now did Qin Xiang remember that Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao had probably experienced the Great War between 3 realms once, which was 100,000 years ago. But there's also the rumor that he survived. Ever since he died, the Bai clan in the Devil Realm has declined, and my elder sister was pressed down by the demon-suppressing tablet in the Great Devil Mountains for 100,000 years. As for me, Bai Yuyu sighed softly. Qin Xiang saw the secret signal left behind by Huang Jintian, but he didn't hear any news of a royal dragon being killed in the main palace. Did my master fail? Let me look down on him for a bit. He lost such a good opportunity, and still has the face to come and find me. Qin Xiang was secretly delighted. Following the signal, he arrived at a hotel. Huang Jintian disguised himself as a robust old man and stood at the door. This hotel has a backyard. It's almost time for the next one. Huang Jintian whispered to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang thought that Huang Jintian would stay here to pay, but he didn't expect that he would wait for him here to pay the bill. 2 small rooms will do. This hotel is so luxurious and expensive. Although Qin Xiang still had a lot of spiritual crystals, he would not use them carelessly. Cut the C. R.A.P. Are you asking for a beating? Huang Jintian glared at him. Qin Xiang had no choice but to rent a courtyard house. In the villa behind the hotel, there were over 1,000 spiritual crystal. Master, did you not succeed? What are you doing here if not? Qin Xiang originally thought that if Huang Jintian made a move, he would definitely succeed, but he was disappointed. Stinky brat, how do you know I didn't succeed? You actually underestimated me, master. Huang Jintian knocked his head heavily. I've asked around, but there hasn't been any news from the main palace. 2 little royals secretly leaving the Dragon King's side. That's a good opportunity, and you've just missed it. Qin Xiang scratched his head and said resentfully, Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, I have no choice but to beat you up. You underestimate me so much, but I've gone through so much trouble to capture those 2 little yellow dragons alive in exchange for your contempt. Huang Jintian had already rolled up his sleeves. Capture him, alive. Qin Xiang shouted in shock. Huang Jintian's fist had already landed on his body. In a blink of an eye, Qin Xiang was struck by the 2 fists for a few hundred times, causing him to be in extreme pain. Master, I was wrong. He also wanted to tell Huang Jintian about his battle achievements. He had killed an immortal king from the devil-suppressing divine palace, but there was nothing to show off about that. Long Shui and the other 2 girls were even more surprised. Long Shui thought that it was already considered good that Huang Jintian had managed to get a small piece of the dragon meat, but he had actually managed to catch them alive. Hee, it's good that you know this. Although you have done many things that even I admire, but don't be too proud. I am a master no matter what I say. If I were to seriously play, the things I've done would definitely not be worse than yours. Huang Jintian withdrew his fist and laughed complacently. Then he said sinisterly, When I kidnapped these 2 little emperor dragons, I even used the emperor's feather chi that only the imperial avian race had. Qin Xiang looked at Huang Jintian in shock. Sovereign, Huang Yueqi. Qin Xiang looked at Huang Jintian in shock. Sovereign, Huang Yueqi. Huang Jintian had just said that even though he had used Emperor's feather just now, Huang Jintian actually knew how to use this kind of power. Just like the dragon power, it is an aura unique to Imperial Feather race. However, I can only use it a little. This is not as easy to learn as the dragon power, and it's not that useful. Huang Jintian said, This means that the Imperial Dragon Clan will definitely suspect the Imperial Feather race, and this war will arrive soon. What about those 2 little Emperor Dragons? Qin Xiang did not have any good impression of the Imperial Dragon Clan. He had already been enemies with him before, and last time, the Dragon Emperor had even wanted to capture Shui Xianxian and the others to threaten him. I haven't killed them yet. They're all immortal monarch level. It should be called Dragon Lord. If it is killed, then their original form will appear. Their original form will be too big, and my storage magic treasure cannot fit inside. So I just knock them out and place them inside a storage magic treasure that can pretend to be alive. Huang Jintian laughed heartily. This dragon meat is probably not tasty. It might be the same as snake meat. Royal birds have wings. It should be like chicken wings or something like that. Master, what do you plan to do with those 2 little emperor dragons now? Qin Xiang rubbed his chin and thought. These 2 little emperor dragons were both immortal monarchess, so the dragon pearls must be very strong. Even if he wanted to refine them into pills, it would take a very long time. Kill them right here. When the time comes, we'll definitely lure the Imperial Dragon Clan and the 6th prince over. Huang Jintian was still a little conflicted, but the problem is how to deal with the dragon corpse. The dragon corpse are very big. It would be a waste to throw it away. Long Shui said to Qinxiang, "If you can burn them and use your fire energy to burn the dragon corpse to a crystal, that's all pure energy, and not a lot at that. Extinguish the fire." A few things flashed through Qinxiang's mind. He had previously told him that this extinction fire was a type of flame that only Jade Dragon could release. It was specifically used to commit suicide, so that no one could obtain the precious Jade Dragon blood. Even though your Jade Dragon blood fused with other things, it is still inside your body, so you can still use it. This kind of flame has a lot of destructive power to the dragon's body. Otherwise, the Jade Dragon would not have killed yourself with this kind of flame. Long Shui said, "If you don't know anything, I'll teach you. This kind of flame doesn't need to be learned, it only needs to be guided." Qinxiang put a hand on Huang Jintian's shoulder. "Master, I have a way. I can use a type of flame to burn dragon corpse to crystal. Then it will be easy to protect." Huang Jintian looked at Qinxiang with wide eyes and said in shock, "Could it be that the fire was extinguished without a trace?" After that, Huang Jintian casually touched Qinxiang's body, and Qinxiang laughed. "No, I'm still a human." "In that case, you have obtained the Jade Dragon blood." Both Qinxiang and Long Shui were very surprised that Huang Jintian knew so much. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. "Good boy, this is a good thing. If it can give you an indestructible body in the future, then it will be easy." Huang Jintian looked at Qinxiang with a gaze that made him feel like he was drinking blood. "There's one more thing. I heard that in the next few days, some royal birds will be coming here to inspect the battlefield. If possible, bring them to the place where I killed the dragon." Huang Jintian laughed sinisterly. "I see." Qinxiang knew what Huang Jintian was calculating. If by chance someone from the Imperial Dragon Clan comes over and finds out that the Imperial Feather Race is also here, the Imperial Feather Race will not be able to escape. That night, Huang Jintian brought Qinxiang to find a good place. At that time, Huang Jintian just needed to escape from the 2 Emperor Dragons' dragon pearls, exterminate the divine soul, and then chop off the head. You have to watch out for the time to lure those fellows from the Imperial Avian Race over here. When that time comes, you'll have to leave the Imperial Avian Race to me, and then you can come and burn the dragon's body. You have to leave before the Imperial Dragon Clan and the 6th Prince arrive." Huang Jintian said in a serious tone, "If the group of immortal kings were to come, it would be very difficult to escape." After confirming the location, Qinxiang and Huang Jintian returned, waiting for the Imperial Feather Race to come over. At this time, the main palace had already sent out news regarding the search, and they had received a lot of rewards. The 20 million spiritual crystal were both used to search for the 2 royal dragons that were kidnapped. Could not help but admire Huang Jintian. After kidnapping the 2 emperor dragons, he did not make any big movements, causing the Imperial Dragon Clan to not have any clues at all. So he left Huang Yu, he at the scene. However, the Imperial Dragon Clan was still very cautious. It was just a suspicion, and they had also sent people to investigate the Imperial Feather Race's side. If the Imperial Feather Race used it to threaten them, they would have to withdraw, because the 2 Emperor Dragons were good seedlings, and one of them was a holy dragon. "Master, if we kill these 2 Emperor Dragons, do you think the Dragon Emperor will appear?" Qinxiang asked. The last time the Dragon Emperor appeared, it was because of his precious son's death. Although these 2 little Emperor Dragons are precious, they are not precious to the point of being like his precious son. Don't be afraid. Even if he comes, we are still very safe. Huang Jintian said, "If it were any ordinary person, forget about the Dragon Emperor. Even dragons would not dare to provoke them. However, this pair of master and disciple dared to kill an emperor dragon, and were not afraid of the Dragon Emperor at all. There are 3 from the Imperial Avian Race S. Although all of them are immortal Monarch S, you should be able to deal with them." Huang Jintian's face revealed a smile. Soon, I will be able to see the big show of biting the dog. Leave it to me, I'll go. Chen Xiang anxiously ran out of the hotel and ran in the direction of the transmission array. Just as the three immortal monarchs came out of the transmission array, they released a powerful aura, making everyone retreat far, far away, not daring to approach them. Didn't you say that Imperial Feather Race is very low-key? Why are you being so arrogant now? When Chen Xiang ran over, he felt an extremely arrogant aura, as if he was looking at someone who he disliked and wanted to kill. We are all immortal monarch, you better be careful. Long Shui replied, If that's not possible, I'll come out and help you. I can handle it. Chen Xiang had already seen the clothes of the three Imperial Feather Race rankers were as if they were made of feathers and shone with a piercing red light. They were all red and steaming hot, as if they were all made of fire. Hurry up and get lost. This transmission array will be ours from today onwards. As a man shouted, he released his Imperial Feather Aura, intimidating everyone present. Then, how are we going to get out of here? One of the braver ones asked. Go to HELL, so you don't have to leave. The man from the Imperial Feather Race sneered. With a raise of his hand, he released a streak of fiery light that struck towards that man, burning him to ashes. All of you, scram a bit further away. When I see you weak fellows, I want to crush you to death. Quickly scram. If you don't scram, I will burn all of you. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to dirty my hands, you would have already died. Facing these three tyrannical and powerful Imperial Feather Race, everyone could only grumble in their hearts, before leaving the transmission array one after another. When Chen Xiang saw them, he quickened his pace. These three Imperial Feather Race had arrogant smiles on their faces. Looking at the people who were fleeing everywhere, they still had murderous intent in their hearts. They raised their hands and gathered their powerful flame energy, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Chen Xiang calculated the power of the spatial laws and then appeared in front of the three Imperial Feather Race. Imperial Avian Race, it's not your turn to be arrogant here. Chen Xiang very loudly shouted. He swept his palm across and very accurately slapped the three Imperial Feather Race in the face, which released a paw sound. Slap his own face to injure it, thinking himself to be superior. Imperial Feather Race, who was standing in the ninth heaven, was actually slapped ruthlessly, and the power of this slap was very strong, causing their faces to swell up. Chen Xiang channeled the dragon power in his body. The one he was currently using was slightly different from the one he had used before. This was the power of the Holy Dragon, the one he had cultivated from consuming the Holy Dragon pellet last time. The power of the Holy Dragon, Imperial Dragon clans. A Imperial Feather Race shouted, but he felt much better because he had been beaten up by a Holy Dragon. If he were to be slapped like that by a human, it would truly be shameful. That's right, I was the one who hit you. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he immediately dodged to the side to avoid the attack, and Imperial Feather Race spat out a burning flame. Originally, these three Imperial Feather Race thought that the other party would launch a fierce attack and have a great battle with them. However, after Chen Xiang dodged that attack, he jumped into the air and flew away. Don't run. Naturally, the three from Imperial Feather Race would not let this go. They were slapped mercilessly, and they did not even manage to take a single hair off their opponent. How could they endure such a loss? Don't run. Naturally, the three from Imperial Feather Race would not let this go. They were slapped mercilessly, and they did not even manage to take a single hair off their opponent. How could they endure such a loss? What Chen Xiang wanted was precisely this kind of reaction from them. If he were to fight with these three Imperial Feather Race, he wouldn't be able to beat any of them. These three pigs will be eaten sooner or later. Long Shui scoffed. As expected, Imperial Feather Race is still the same as always, not changing at all. I don't know how they managed to paw S down their teachings for so long. But this kind of arrogant fool, who can be compared with Imperial Dragon Clan would only humiliate Imperial Dragon Clan. If you have the ability to sneak attack us, then don't you have the ability to face us head-on? Imperial Dragon Clan is such a guy after all. Imperial Feather Race, who was chasing from behind, shouted, "For bullies like you who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong, I feel that hitting you all would dirty my hands. Now, even if you guys were to stretch your other face over for me, I wouldn't even bother hitting you guys." Qin Xiang mocked. Although their speed was fast, it was not comparable to Qin Xiang using spatial travel. It was just that Qin Xiang had expended a lot of energy, and if not for Huang Jintian supporting him from the front, he wouldn't dare to use the power of the spatial laws so recklessly. He simply wasn't able to burn the innate qi rapidly in the heaven realm. Almost there. Qin Xiang was a little nervous. The mountain that had been split in half was the place where Huang Jintian had slayed the dragon. The moment he saw the gigantic mountain, he saw a burst of reddish gold light suddenly appearing in front of him. The light expanded out in the blink of an eye, enveloping almost half of the immortal palace. The roar of the dead dragons. After Long Shui finished speaking, a burst of intense dragon roars came out, shaking the entire immortal palace till it started to tremble. A strong voice spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire myriad Dan immortal country. Did 2 dragons die at the same time? What's going on? A Imperial Feather Race shouted in shock. Why didn't I do this when I first killed Prince Imperial Dragon? Qin Xiang and the others were stunned by the sight of the death of the dragon. Prince Imperial Dragon's strength is too weak, so there weren't any movements when he died. However, dragons of this level are different, and they're even royal dragons. Long Shui said. After the blinding light disappeared, there were 2 incomparably large dragon bodies lying in front of him. One was golden, while the other was red. Under the sunlight, the countless dragon scales on the 2 dragon bodies, S, H, I, plus Ned with a dazzling light. Brat, it's your turn. I'll deal with them. Huang Jintian suddenly rushed forward. Qin Xiang did not expect these dragon corpses to be so huge. It would be very difficult to burn them using obliterating flame. You need at least half of your blood to burn these 2 dragon corpses. Hurry up! When the time comes, I'll guide you to release the obliterating flame. Long Shui said, if these 2 emperor dragons had died with such a large movement, they would definitely attract the attention of the main palace. If they did not make a move soon, then they could only watch as these 2 dragon corpses were taken away by the Imperial Dragon Clan. Qin Xiang stood on top of the golden dragon corpse. A strange feeling suddenly came to his mind, and then he heard Long Shui shout, Your heart thinks of transforming your blood into flames, so that you can release it. Remember, you only need a small ball of it. Qin Xiang immediately followed his orders and released a small ball of flame. This flame was snow-white in color and didn't have any temperature at all, but it still made Qin Xiang feel that it was extremely frightening. He placed the flame on top of the dragon corpse beneath his feet and stuffed it into a large piece of dragon scale. Then he jumped onto another dragon corpse and released a ball of fire that disappeared just now and stuffed it under the dragon scale. After doing all of this, Qin Xiang floated high in the sky and said with a frown, Why is there no movement? It's already there. The interior is burning, but when this eclipse burn is ignited, you can't see it, nor can you feel the temperature. Long Shui said, This flame is completely transparent. Sure enough, Qin Xiang didn't have to wait too long before he saw an Estones. H.I. plussing scene. He saw the 2 gigantic dragon corpses disappear bit by bit, as if they were going to melt. Huang Jintian, who was fighting with the 3 royalty in the distance, released a very powerful dragon power that was actually able to suppress the 3 Imperial Feather Races. He glanced at the 2 dragon corpses and realized that they were melting. Not long after, the dragon corpse completely disappeared. The 3 Imperial Feather Race S also saw the scene, but they did not know that this was the extinguish. Plusing of flames. There were some secrets regarding the jade dragon. So of course they would not know, but they felt that it was extremely strange. To collect the crystals is called extinguish. Plusing fire, but to burn the corpses and turn them into many crystals. That is a very pure energy. Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang released his divine power and felt around the areas that the two dragon bodies had covered. He discovered that there were quite a few small crystals that were as big as small beads, and he used his divine power to lock them all in. There weren't many of these dragon crystals, only 2 jade boxes, but the pure energy contained within them was enormous. The Imperial Dragon clan is here. There's still a large group of immortal kings. Let's quickly retreat. Huang Jintian rushed towards Qinxiang as fast as he could and transmitted his voice to him. He's coming. He's very fast. Long Shui said nervously. Huang Jintian flew to Qinxiang's side and grabbed him. Then, for some reason, Chen Xiang's vision went black, and he walked right through the darkness. I'm underground. I'm far away from that place now. Huang Jintian said. Long Shui was still monitoring them from afar. Those 3 royal birds are already dead. Once a holy dragon king from Imperial Dragon clan appeared. He blasted them to death, leaving nothing behind. Looks like there's no proof that they died. They won't know that we did it. Qinxiang laughed. Huang Jintian brought him to a river bank. He used the earth escape technique and the water escape technique to escape quickly. Well done this time. We master and disciple have teamed up. Is there anything we can't do? Huang Jintian laughed heartily as he took out 2 dragon orbs, radiating with golden and fiery red multicolored light. Halfway. You want the holy dragons, and you want the fire dragons. Huang Jintian asked. It's probably the fire dragons. It might help my flame a little. Qinxiang said as he also took out the 2 jade boxes, which were the dragon crystals he had collected. I want the holy dragon. I never thought that you would be able to use the power of the holy dragon. It should be the Prince Imperial Dragon's doing. Huang Jintian chuckled as he received the jade box from Qinxiang's hands. If we lack spiritual crystal, then we can exchange for quite a few dragon crystals from them. This dragon pearl is even more so. Huang Jintian took out a dragon crystal and examined it carefully. This was holy dragons. It contained the power of the holy dragon. If you are crazy, then take the dragon pearl and sell it. Qinxiang put it away. This was all used to raise his strength. He was lacking something like this right now. If it's used to exchange for precious medicinal ingredients, then that's more like it. Qinxiang said again he also needed this. Huang Jintian took out a few dragon crystals and threw them into his mouth to swallow, causing Qinxiang to scream in shock. I have to recover my strength first. Bringing you along to run has consumed too much of my energy. You should also properly adjust your condition. If you can only give out this little bit of wealth, I'm afraid it won't satisfy you. Huang Jintian grinned. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. This immortal palace would become a battlefield, and the heaven pills of the immortal king, immortal monarch S would also be good stuff. If he could open up their storage magic treasure, or pick up 1 or 2 dragon king dragon corpse, or even the corpses of royal birds, then he would profit greatly. Huang Jintian and Huang Jintian were resting right now, when the earth suddenly started to shake. Huang Jintian opened his eyes and looked at the beams of light in the blue sky and said seriously, The war is about to begin. It seems that both sides are fighting strongly, and the old king has already left the myriad Dan immortal country. The battle for the throne has already started. I wonder who will be the new king of the immortal country. Anyway, it's not us, and these guys are all dog-eat-dog. That 6th prince's cooperation with Fire Divine Palace is definitely not something good. And he even used such a cruel and inhumane way to make slaves. If possible, I really want to make him suffer a bit. Qinxiang said, That's for sure, especially those fellows from the Fire Divine Palace. They actually wanted to force you to teach them that pill refining technique. After we rest well, we'll rush over and let them know why the flowers are so red." Huang Jintian sneered. The heaven realm was so big. Not only Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian had the idea of making a fortune. There were also many other people who were willing to risk their lives to come to the battlefield of the battle for the throne to try their luck. The heaven realm was so big. Not only Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian had the idea of making a fortune. There were also many other people who were willing to risk their lives to come to the battlefield of the battle for the throne to try their luck. At this time, the majority of the people partook. 1. Aiding in the great battle in the palace were a mortal monarch and late period of human immortal, and they were all from famous big powers, so all the equipment that they brought were divine equipment. Even if they were damaged, they could be sold for a good price. If they were lucky, they would be able to get a piece that was intact, and that would be great. Brat, you must be the one who did the heavenly bull immortal palace thing, right? Huang Jintian was now full of energy. He had already recovered to the peak and could go to that battlefield to cause trouble at any time. You know about the heavenly bull immortal palace as well. Qin Xiang stood up, patted his and asked in shock. Other than you, I can't think of anyone else with this kind of skill, nor can I think of anyone with such a good relations. P with women. You must have gotten that Holy Spirit rabbit for your woman. Let me remind you, you definitely can't use it yourself, unless you're tired of being a man. Huang Jintian looked at Qin Xiang with a serious expression. Qin Xiang chuckled. Master, you don't have to worry. I will never become your female disciple. Huang Jintian grinned. It's not bad having a female disciple, but a brat like you is so happy as a man. Even if I beat you to death, you wouldn't go and be a woman, right? We can set off now, master. When I use some poison or something, there shouldn't be a problem. Qin Xiang said, with his current strength, if he wanted to cause trouble, he could only do so. I heard that when you were in the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace, you used the black blood magic sunflower's poison. This poison isn't forbidden, so just use it as you like. Huang Jintian rubbed his hands together as he smiled. When the time comes, we'll split up and move out. Don't come together, otherwise we will attract some experts that will implicate you. However, you need to be careful. If you see the immortal empire charging over, quickly run. Huang Jintian warned. Qin Xiang nodded, then was pulled by Huang Jintian and rushed towards the distant battlefield that was engulfed in violent oppression. At this moment, the place was densely covered in black clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, winds rose and clouds surged, roars, explosions rang unceasingly, and the battle situation was extremely intense. Let's stop here. See you in the future. Huang Jintian tossed Qin Xiang at the foot of a bare mountain, then flew towards the battlefield not far away. Qin Xiang looked at the barren hills around him. They were caused by the qi waves released by the great battle. Originally, there were many big trees here, but they were all destroyed the moment the Great War broke out. Whether it's the early stage of immortal monarch or the late period of human immortal, everyone stay away from the rest. There are 2 late period of human immortal fighting in front of us. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang immediately rushed over. In these 2 big battles, the ones that died the most should be worldly immortals. As long as we don't meet the immortal king, it would be difficult to kill them, unless we meet someone strong with poison. Long Shui said, this method of fighting is also to weaken the opponent's strength, so that they cannot have enough power to control the entire immortal country. While the other forces only used a very small amount of power, the main force is still on the side of the 6th prince and the other princes. In front of Qin Xiang, there were 2 middle-aged men who were wielding immortal swords and were performing beautiful yet powerful sword techniques to fight fiercely. There's no imperial avian race. These should all be myriad Dan immortal country's people. Qin Xiang hid behind a huge boulder and slowly took out his death-haunting arrow. Who cares? Let's get rid of them first. They only have middle-grade immortal swords, so they can sell a few spiritual crystal. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang used the death-haunting arrow S to condense a large amount of innate qi to shoot one arrow, and then poured the black blood magic sunflower's poison powder into it, waiting for an opportunity to shoot two birds with one stone. After waiting for a moment, the two worldly immortals finally started to fight back with their swords. He's coming. Qin Xiang's heart moved. He released the poison arrow that he had been preparing for a long time. With a whoosh, a strong qi arrow that was infused with a large amount of black blood magic sunflower poison powder shot out like light, and when it reached the middle of the two worldly immortals, it suddenly exploded, causing a black poison mist. Extremely poisonous, it's a black blood magic sunflower. One of the worldly immortals shouted in shock. G'day. Qin Xiang suddenly appeared, holding onto the Devil Emperor dagger. He stabbed it into the worldly immortal stage cultivator's abdomen, and took out the heavenly core inside, then quickly took out the sword, Pa-S. Sing through S, P-A-C, to the back of the other worldly immortal, the dagger stabbed in, straight into the heavenly pill after taking the sword. Qin Xiang used one of the immortal swords to kill the two worldly immortal stage experts. Hurry up! A mortal monarch has noticed us. Long Shui shouted. Qin Xiang moved extremely quickly. After absorbing the poison mist, he immediately left the place. The immortal monarch that came over was a handsome, middle-aged man. He looked at the traces of a fierce battle and frowned. Strange, there were two pretty strong worldly immortals fighting just now. Why did they disappear all of a sudden? From the looks of the death aura, there should be two dead people here. It's He Tang. Isn't he the eldest son of the first prince? Qin Xiang was shocked. This He Tang was a very powerful being. He Tang, are you running away? This was He Feng, the eldest son of the sixth prince. He had once destroyed a demon palace by himself and was very strong. When He Feng arrived, the immortal sword in his hand had already been pierced. The powerful sword qi gushed out, immediately ripping the ground apart, setting up two strong gales, blowing in two different directions. This fellow is indeed powerful. No wonder he was able to exterminate this demon palace. Qin Xiang exclaimed. He Tang was not someone to be trifled with. With a wave of his hand, a black blade appeared. The blade brimmed with black qi. It attracted bursts of lightning, and when He Feng's sword pierced over, he used his blade to block it, releasing tens of lightning bolts, and the sound of the explosion made Qin Xiang's qi and blood boil, causing many of the boulders on the ground to be shaken into powder. The myriad Dan immortal countries W, A, and Ji Sun is indeed powerful. Qin Xiang sighed in his heart. They are all princes now. The future king of myriad Dan immortal country will definitely be strong. Long Shui said. The sound of battle between He Tang and her was extremely intense. In a very short period of time, numerous huge craters had already appeared here, and the deep cracks on the ground caused people's hearts to palpitate. Qin Xiang had originally planned to stay far away from these two people's battlefield, but when he thought about how hypocritical He Feng was, taking his relived Dan and doing those wicked things, he immediately got angry. Hiding in a ditch, he took out his death-haunting arrow and secretly injected it into the innate qi. A little 7-colored sky fire can break through the defense. Su Meiyao said. Otherwise, with that little bit of innate qi, it wouldn't even be able to shake his innate qi's barrier, and the poison mist would be useless. When he was in the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace, the immortal monarch that Qin Xiang fought against were not very good. But this He Feng was different. He was at the peak of the late stage of the immortal monarch and could be considered as half an immortal king. Unless he used a large number of magical corruption gases, together with a high-level geodeclipse powder, it would be very difficult to shake his defense. When he was in the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace, the immortal monarch that Qin Xiang fought against were not very good. But this He Feng was different. He was at the peak of the late stage of the immortal monarch and could be considered as half an immortal king. Unless he used a large number of magical corruption gases, together with a high-level GO Eclipse powder, it would be very difficult to shake his defense. All right. Chun Xiang released a thread of the rainbow sky fire onto the arrowhead. This kind of flame could not guarantee that it would completely destroy He Feng's defense, but it could cause cracks to appear on the protective S, H, I plus ELD. When the time came, the exploding black blood magic sunflower poison gas would seep in through the cracks and into He Feng's body. He Feng and He Tang were battling fiercely. The two of them had both used very strong power. Their defense was also extremely terrifying. If they did not have the same strength as, even if they tried to sneak attack him, it would be difficult to win, and they might even be killed. Just a bit of the rainbow heaven flame had consumed 20% of my innate chi. I hope it will have some effect. Chun Xiang popped his head out from a crack in the ground. He Feng and He Tang were far away, and Chun Xiang could already shoot an arrow, but he had to wait for a good opportunity. They are all moving at high speeds. We have to get closer. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang still could not go near. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered. Furthermore, with a large commotion in front of him, he could release a very strong wave of air at any time. Seems like I can only use this opportunity and travel through S, P, A, C to shoot another arrow. Chun Xiang used Heaven Tour and looked down from the sky. After a while, when He Feng was thrusting his sword, he was suddenly blocked by He Tang's blade. He Tang's palm struck his own blade, releasing a very strong force and sent He Feng flying. Here's your chance, He Feng. F **KU. Chun Xiang immediately teleported to the back of He Feng, who was flying backwards, and shot an arrow at him. He Feng immediately felt a weak vibration behind him. He twisted his body, wanting to avoid the unknown attack, but Chun Xiang's arrow still accurately shot towards him. Who are you? He Feng bellowed. The arrow did not cause him any harm, because the protective chi barrier on his body was extremely strong, and although Chun Xiang's crossbow arrow was extremely powerful, its power was very weak, and the chi barrier that struck his body exploded. He Tang had also seen that this was a good thing. He had already seen Chun Xiang as an ally. Just as He Feng was about to swing his sword at Chun Xiang, his expression suddenly changed. Black blood magic sunflower. You guessed right. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. He immediately teleported in front of He Feng and slashed across his neck with the Devil Emperor dagger, leaving behind a ray of demonic red light. He actually wanted to kill He Feng, but this He Feng was too powerful. He managed to dodge it in an instant and even planned to kill Chun Xiang with a slash, but Chun Xiang's speed was faster than he imagined. While cutting the sword, Devil Emperor dagger just happened to cut off his wrist. When He Feng unleashed his cut-off arm, black blood spurted out violently. It seemed like the poison had already spread within his body. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, I will tear you into 8 pieces. He Feng roared sinisterly, then took out a snow-white pill and swallowed it. That's the Dew Snow Lotus Pellet. It can cure the black blood magic sunflower's poison and heal injuries. Quick, run. Su Meiyao shouted. Chun Xiang had already seen that He Feng's recently severed hand was growing back out, and his complexion had also quickly recovered. He could clearly feel how strong He Feng's protective S, H, I plus ELD was. Come here. Chun Xiang waved his hand, using his divine power. He grabbed the immortal sword and kept it into the ring. Go to H, E-L, L. He Feng was enraged. He had already recovered from the attack, and his fist shot out like lightning. Chun Xiang slipped and used the shrinking step, and instantly dashed several dozen steps away. As for He Tang, he had already attacked with his black blade. It carried several streaks of lightning as it hacked towards He Feng. I'll leave it to you, eldest young master. Chun Xiang shouted and then disappeared. He Feng trembled with He Tang again. He was currently extremely furious. He had almost died just now. He had lost a high-grade immortal sword and a precious snow gauze lotus pellet. but he was still unable to kill the person who poisoned him. He Tang never thought that person would be so powerful. With just that bit of strength, he dared to sneak attack He Tang, broke his opponent's palm, took away his immortal sword, and even gave He Feng a rainy snow lotus pellet. Chen Xiang had already left the battlefield far away, and when he thought back to it now, he felt a lingering fear. That guy really does have some ability. He didn't die even like this, and he's still able to turn the tide. Chen Xiang hid in a deep ravine as he looked at He Feng's high-grade immortal sword. What kind of immortal pill is that rain dew snow lotus pill? It's so powerful, it can cure poisons and even give birth to a palm. Chen Xiang asked after he wiped the consciousness in the immortal sword. A tier 5 immortal pill. It's not strange that he has such a pill. It's best if you don't touch these princes and grandsons of Myriad Dan immortal country. They have a lot of high-grade immortal pills. Su Meiyao said. Long Shuai observed the battlefield and helped Chen Xiang find a better target. But she quickly discovered that something was wrong. Many people from the 6th prince know about the appearance of the black blood magic sunflower poison. And so does the eldest prince. They all know that you are not on their side. Although the black blood magic sunflower poison is not banned, if you use it at this time, it will definitely attract anger. Bai Yu said, back then when my sister partook, 1. P. aided in the Great War, it was also because she used poison that many of the great powers came into contact with her. Chen Xiang said disdainfully, this group of fellows, if they had a strong poison, they would definitely use it even more ruthlessly than me. They are just jealous of me because they don't have a strong poison. He was carefully hiding in the battlefield. After half a day, he shook his head and sighed. If I had the power of the immortal monarch, I might have already killed quite a few of them. Master would definitely reap a bountiful harvest. When we talk about this matter in the future, he would definitely look down on me. Up ahead, Long Shuai shouted. When Chen Xiang saw a person falling from the sky, he immediately used his earth vine to trap the immortal sword with the person and dragged it to the ground to get to the person's side. He was currently hiding in the deep ravine and no one had noticed him. Low-grade immortal sword? You actually dare to fight with such a thing? No wonder you were killed. Chen Xiang was a little dissatisfied and kept the immortal sword, then took out the person's heaven pellet. Many immortals had died, but most of them had been broken into pieces. It was rare to find a complete corpse like this, and he even had a complete sword in his hand. Someone from the Imperial Avian race is coming. It seems like he is here to look for the corpse. Long Shuai's voice was a little agitated. You have to get rid of it. It's best if it's complete. Don't use poison, otherwise you won't be able to eat bird meat. The royal bird of the Imperial Avian race was not weak. Chen Xiang pondered for a moment, then said, What kind of strength does it have? I don't need poison to deal with it. The royal bird of the Imperial Avian race was not weak. Chen Xiang pondered for a moment, then said, What kind of strength does it have? I don't need poison to deal with it. Fine. We haven't reached the immortal monarch yet. As for the late period of human immortal, you can just take out the hammer of G. Oh, D. If no one comes to help, you can just get rid of him. Long Shuai laughed. If that doesn't work, I'll help you in the dark again. After knowing the true strength of late period of human immortal, Chen Xiang was relieved. He immediately rushed out from a deep ravine and took out his hammer of G. Oh, D. The royal bird immediately noticed him and immediately unleashed a palm towards his direction, releasing a burst of golden feathers. Those feathers were all golden arrows, densely packed like a storm, enveloping Chen Xiang. It's a small gold eagle. It's a big profit. Long Shuai was extremely excited. Quickly get rid of him. Chen Xiang was not afraid of the golden feathered sword released by the small gold eagle, waving the hammer of G. D to open up a path. When approaching the small gold eagle, he raised his divine hammer, flew through S, P, A, C, and arrived beside the small gold eagle, then directly struck down. Even though this small gold eagle looked young and immature, it had a lot of battle experience. It turned its hand and released a golden long spear, fiercely thrusting towards Chun Xiang's chest. The divine hammer had already smashed down, and just as it was about to slam down, Chun Xiang had no choice but to evade the sudden spear attack. Although he had the protection of the profound wood diamond armor, if he got stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured. Humans are actually not from the Imperial Dragon Clan. They are wasting their strength. Although Chun Xiang's attack just now was considered quite strong, it was nothing in his eyes. In his eyes, only the Imperial Dragon Clan's Emperor Dragon was worthy to be his opponent. Imperial Avian race is too arrogant. I really want to go out and teach him a lesson. Long Shui said angrily, I want to see if you can survive if you don't waste your strength. Chun Xiang smashed his hammer down once again. After knowing that his opponent had a spear, he would not fight face to face with him. You want to hurt me with this hammer? The small gold eagle's eyes slanted and waved the golden spear in its hands, sweeping it across. Although there was not a very violent fluctuation of energy, the power contained in the spear was extremely terrifying. Chun Xiang anxiously changed his direction of attack. Striking the spearhead, he ruthlessly smashed it using the strongest dragon power, coupled with the power of earthquake. Bang! The hammer accurately smashed onto the spearhead, causing the golden spear to shake violently. The small gold eagle did not expect the hammer to be so powerful. It made it feel as if he was struck by a gigantic star. It hurts. Chun Xiang sneered, then extended his hand and grabbed the sharp spearhead, causing the small gold eagle to be stunned once again. At this time his hand was indeed in extreme pain. He immediately grabbed the spear with his other hand, intending to pull it out of Chun Xiang's hand. He did not expect that the tip of his spear would be grabbed in such a way. He fiercely swung his spear, wanting to cut Chun Xiang's palm apart. However, Chun Xiang's palm seemed to be made of divine iron. Dragging it backwards while holding onto it tightly, he did not dare to twitch at all. Idiot! Chun Xiang looked at the small gold eagle, and 2 red rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes. After the red rays of light shot out, they became tens of large threads of light that penetrated the small gold eagle's body. Heart-piercing demon eye. The small gold eagle was shocked. He never thought that there would be such a powerful demon dweller on this battlefield that knew how to use this lost demonic technique. The small gold eagle had already let go of Chun Xiang's hand because the blood vessels on his arm were pierced through by Chun Xiang's piercing heart demon eye. Don't let him transform. Long Shui shouted. Chun Xiang kept his spear and hammered the small gold eagle's head, using all of his power from the 3 killing techniques: Heaven Slaughter, Divine Slaughter, Unity. With the addition of the dragon power and the divine hammer's impact power, the hammer strike was extremely terrifying. The sky and earth suddenly changed color, the wind and clouds surged, and the earth trembled violently. Go to heaven! Chun Xiang never thought that after he entered the worldly immortal stage, he would be able to use all his strength. The great momentum he had created had already attracted the attention of many immortal kings and immortal monarch. The divine hammer landed on the small gold eagle's head, but it did not hit it so hard that its brains were splattered everywhere. This was because when the divine hammer smashed onto the small gold eagle, the super pressure that surged out from the divine hammer had already crushed the small gold eagle's head into powder. Quickly put it into the ring. The small gold eagle after death will become very big, and when the time comes, the great golden rock king will be back. That's a fellow at the immortal king level. Long Shui anxiously shouted. Chun Xiang threw the headless body into a relatively size area of the ring, then quickly burrowed into a crevice nearby. Just as he left, an angry screech sounded out from within the immortal palace, shocking everyone to the point that their hearts trembled. The Golden Rock King was infuriated. Some people had already guessed that his son had died. Who is it? The Golden Rock King's angry roars shook the heaven and earth. It's you and me. At the place where he was fighting with the small gold eagle, a group of immortal king-level rankers suddenly appeared. Among them, there were 2 bird kings from Imperial Feather Race, and the first and second princes were also present. It's the dragon power. It seems to be the power of the holy dragon. The first prince said, "Imperial Dragon Clan, I'll fight it out with you." The Golden Rock King roared angrily and flew towards a place far away where the dragon power was thicker. After getting rid of 2 immortal monarch, he knew that Imperial Avian Race had fallen. He cursed in his heart, Ned Brat, to think that he actually got himself a small gold eagle. I really regret not being with him. He's really struck the jackpot. Because the small gold eagle had died, the Golden Rock King was furious. He killed a large group of the 6th Prince's Immortal Monarchess and killed 2 Immortal Monarch Emperor Dragons. He was currently fighting a great battle with a few Immortal Kings and a Dragon King. It's Fire Divine Palace's turn. If I don't get rid of a few of the Fire Divine Palaces, I won't be happy even if I get rid of the small gold eagle. Chun Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Little naughty dragon, quickly help me find those fellows from Fire Divine Palace. No matter what methods you use, let them die a few core members." That's easy. They all have fire soulless, and there's a huge difference between their fire auras and those without them. They really can't let the people from Fire Divine Palace off easy. Long Shui said, "If necessary, just use your magical corruption gas and drunk magical poison. It would be best if you can kill those at the Immortal King level when you use them." Bai Yu said coldly. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, swallowed a pill, and meditated in the depths of the crevice. He had indeed made a fortune by killing that small gold eagle, but he felt that it was still not enough. "I'll help you find those tired immortal fire OD King. It's easier to succeed in ambush. Plussing those guys." Long Shui said. Long Shui expanded his search for immortal kings in the Fire Divine Palace, but after searching for a while, he only found a few. There were not many immortal kings in the Fire Divine Palace, and WNG Chungjin was one of them. The others were all stronger, and it was difficult to succeed in ambush plussing them. Long Shui expanded his search for immortal kings in the Fire Divine Palace, but after searching for a while, he only found a few. There were not many immortal kings in the Fire Divine Palace, and WNG Chungjin was one of them. The others were all stronger, and it was difficult to succeed in ambush plussing them. These Fire Divine Palace people always avoid the immortal kings that are stronger than them. They still have a lot of energy left, so it seems like we can only wait. Long Shui said, "What about that old woman WNG Chungjin? Even if I can't kill her, I have to make her suffer a little, or else I won't feel well." Last time, when WNG Chungjin forced him to teach her alchemy, she made him very angry. Unless I join hands with you, it is possible for her to suffer a great loss with the super old poison. However, there are a few days of powerful Emperor Dragon Kings here. The moment my strength appears, they will discover me. Long Shui pondered for a moment, then continued. "When you join hands with me and use the super old poison, regardless of whether or not you can kill WNG Chungjin or not, you have to leave this place as soon as possible. I am worried that something might happen that I did not expect." "No problem. I'll go find that old woman WNG Chungjin right now." Chun Xiang immediately left the place and hid in the deep ravine. At the same time, the battle up there was getting more and more intense, all because of the death of the small gold eagle. The angered Golden Rock King started killing everywhere, causing many of the immortal monarchs and worldly immortals on the side of the 6th prince to die. If not for the 2 dragon kings from the Imperial Dragon Clan being able to stall the Golden Rock King in time, more would have died. Chun Xiang was already thousands of meters away from WNG Chungjin, using the Heaven Tour. He could see clearly that W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was fighting with a middle-aged man. This old lady specially found some weaker ones to fight with. Seems like she's also very afraid of death. I wonder which power she's from. Although she's an immortal king, her level is still too low. Chun Xiang said, the main reason is that this old lady's flames are too strong. Even if it's the immortal king, if her flames were to invade your body, the consequences would be very serious. As long as you stay in Heaven Realm for a period of time, you would know that you cannot touch her flames. Su Meiyao said, it's best that you don't go and try. Her kind of strange fire until now has no one been able to figure out what kind of flame it is. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin also knew how to refine pills, and she was also an immortal king in the Fire Divine Palace. It was natural for her flames to be strong, but no one knew what kind of flame she had. It feels like it's made from the fusion of the heavenly fire and demonic fire, so it can be used for alchemy. At the same time, it has an evil aura and the color is also purplish-red. Long Shui said, Chun Xiang observed W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's battle. Her battlefield was considered more gentle, with not too much of a commotion. It was unlike the others who had fought until it seemed like the heavens were crumbling and the earth was cracking. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin is really crafty. She purposely wasted time here with a not-so-strong immortal king. This way she won't meet any powerful immortal kings and can easily pass through this big battle herself. Chun Xiang said, if it wasn't for that, this old woman would probably have died a long time ago. If she had met the crazy Golden Rock King on the main battlefield just now, she most likely would have been severely wounded. Bai Yu sneered. Back then he was also like this, a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chun Xiang breathed in lightly and counted the drunk magical poison inside the storage magic treasure. After confirming the quant. 1 Tai, he said to Long Shui, little naughty dragon, I'm going to make my move. I will lend you my power later. You should decide how to use it. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang observed W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's battle and said, all right, lend me your power. In just a short moment, Chun Xiang felt an additional burst of power in his body, as though his body was going to explode. This was the power that Long Shui had lent him. He felt that although it was not Long Shui's full strength, it was extremely strong. He controlled this energy to fuse with his own, and then he urged the power of the spatial laws. In an instant, he traversed 3,000 meters and arrived behind W.A. and Ji Cheongjin. The man fighting W.A. and Ji Cheongjin was shocked, but he thought that Chun Xiang was definitely on his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ambushed W.A. and Ji Cheongjin. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin immediately sensed someone from behind. She immediately turned around and unleashed a palm strike. The purple-red flame was like a poisonous snake spitting out a snake's apricot tree as it bit towards Chun Xiang. The fire snake had pierced through Chun Xiang's body, but W.A. and Ji Cheongjin immediately discovered that it was just an illusionary shadow. The real Chun Xiang had already flashed to W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's side, his hand holding onto the Devil Emperor dagger. The monstrous demonic chi on the dagger startled W.A. and Ji Cheongjin, but what surprised her the most was the devil-suppressing holy power, which was also exceptionally strong. Old woman. Chun Xiang clenched his teeth and poured all of the condensed magical corruption gases into the Devil Emperor dagger. The Devil Emperor dagger flew out with the powerful energy that Chun Xiang poured into it. Like an arrow, it emitted a gold-red glow. W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's body immediately erupted with a strong protective demon aura, wanting to block the Devil Emperor dagger. But the Devil Emperor dagger itself was a terrifying demon weapon, adding the extremely strong devil-suppressing holy power that had the ability to restrain demons. Although Chun Xiang's strength was weak, he still managed to pierce through W.A. and Ji Cheongjin's protective demon aura, but he only managed to pierce half of it before stopping. So you were that weak. And Ji Cheongjin saw that the dagger was blocked by her barrier and laughed coldly, but just as she finished speaking, the Devil Emperor dagger suddenly exploded, and another force hidden inside burst out, causing the colorless and tasteless magical corruption gas and drunk magical poison to float out. Her complexion was unsightly to the extreme. It was already turning slightly black. Although she had only taken in a little bit of magical corruption gas, it was enough to take her life. She never could have predicted that someone would use a super old poison on this kind of battlefield. Very quickly, she discovered that not only was there a super old poison, there was also a drunk magical poison. Someone could actually control two kinds of strange poison. It was too terrifying. "Hurry up and leave," shouted. Just now, Chun Xiang had used a lot of power in her attack on the dagger, and her white dragon power had already been revealed. Long Shui could already feel that some of the royal dragons were using their divine powers to investigate this side. Ned, old woman, today is your last day. Just as Qin Xiang wanted to attack, he heard and Ji Cheongjin's sharp shout. Super old poison. And Ji Cheongjin exhausted all his strength and roared, causing many immortal kings to quickly rush over. Chun Xiang waved his hand and called back the Devil Emperor dagger. He ran as fast as he could and jumped into a huge crevice, leaving this place far behind. Following Ji Cheongjin's shout, everyone stopped. The word super old poison held a lot of power, and the despair that Ji Cheongjin's voice contained just now also made people's hair stand on end. The immortal king present more or less knew that this old woman was hard to deal with, and for her to do this, it was only super old poison. Following and Ji Cheongjin's shout, everyone stopped. The word super old poison held a lot of power, and the despair that Ji Cheongjin's voice contained just now also made people's hair stand on end. The immortal king present more or less knew that this old woman was hard to deal with, and for her to do this, it was only super old poison. Previously, Bai Ziqian was listed on the bounty because of the use of the super old poison. When the devil-suppressing divine palace came here to kill her, she had already lost to one of the demon-suppressing immortal kings. So these people knew that now that and Ji Cheongjin had been tricked, everyone immediately suspected that the Devil's Scorpion Princess was here causing trouble. More than 30 immortal kings were standing far away from and Ji Cheongjin. And Ji Cheongjin's face was currently purple and black as she laid weakly on the ground. She was only able to use the energy in her body to barely defend herself from the poison. It really is a super old poison, and it's even a rather strong one. There are quite a few of them by her side. The first prince's face was solemn. He took out a jade box, took out a handful of crystal powder, and sprinkled it towards and Ji Cheongjin. When the powder floated past, it immediately became purple, black, and light pink. Looking at the light pink powder, the first prince's body trembled. There's actually a drunk magical poisoness. These are two strange poisons. Did Devil Scorpion Princess get another one? It's not that SLUT. The one that attacked me wasn't strong, but he used a very powerful demon weapon and even knew how to suppress the demon's power. After breaking through my defense, he released poison gas to ambush me. And Ji Cheongjin said fiercely. The Golden Rock King coldly snorted and said, "Are you still fighting? My son has already died here. Today, we must get to a conclusion." His eyes blazed as he looked at Imperial Dragon Clan and the group of people. A few dragons from our Imperial Dragon Clan also died. Your Imperial Feather race won't be able to get away with it today. An old man from the Imperial Dragon Clan said angrily. The sixth prince's expression turned cold as he took out a pill and threw it towards W.A.N.G. Cheongjin. Eat it, and you can temporarily suppress the poison. Today, we will definitely get a result of this, and I also want to uncover the person who's causing trouble here. Someone was causing trouble here, and it was a guy with a lot of tricks despite not being very strong. Father, you are right. Someone ambushed me earlier, using a black blood magic sunflower and even stealing my celestial sword. He-Fong said angrily. Everyone was familiar with the black blood magic sunflower, because the incident of the Heavenly Bull Immortal Palace's jade rabbit being robbed had caused the appearance of the black blood magic sunflower. This person is definitely an expert poison user. My strength should be below the Immortal Monarch's, but I was able to release a sneak attack and sneak attack. He-Fong said again, and then looked around at his surroundings. One of the Immortal Kings also said, I found a lot of dead bodies, but none of the heavenly pills, storage, magic treasure, or weapons could be seen. One time I saw a figure very quickly S by the two corpses and skillfully S, and A to ZH all these things. When this person ambushed us, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. From the distant Xinxiang, after hearing all this from him, he immediately guessed that it was Huang Jintian who did it, and he did not have that kind of ability. Huang Jintian, who was hiding nearby, scolded in his heart. This little brat Xinxiang actually used super old poison S, and 2 of them. This little B, ASTARD, even if you have this kind of good stuff, you still won't give it to me. Chan Xiang left the 20th palace and returned to the main palace. It's still quiet here. Right? They will probably fight for a while more. If I take this opportunity and enter the main palace to loot, it might go smoothly. Chan Xiang's eyes lit up. A few powerful princes would be bringing a large group of experts to fight in the 20 immortal palaces. The defense here would definitely be much weaker. Let's go to the 6th shop first. Chan Xiang made up his mind that he would definitely go to the palace to take a look. Arriving at the 6th store, Long Shui immediately investigated the hidden rankers. He discovered that there were only 2 immortal monarch S inside, but there were more than 10 in the past. Chen Xiang came to a place with no one around, changed into the appearance of He-Fong, and then entered the 6th shop. When he entered, he was still holding He-Feng's immortal sword, so when Manager Ma saw it, he did not doubt it at all. Eldest young master, weren't you over there? Why are you back? When Manager Ma saw that this He-Fong had a head full of messy hair, he knew that it must have been a huge battle. Quick, bring all the high-level pellets here. There's an urgent need to heal the wounds and restore the innate qi. Chan Xiang said his transformation technique was extremely mystical, being able to change into an qi that was similar to He-Feng's. His voice was also the same. Seeing how anxious Chan Xiang's voice was, Manager Ma immediately ordered people to gather the high-rank pellets from the underground Alchemy Palace. Now that I only have these, I don't know if it's enough. Manager Ma gave Chen Xiang a bottle of Hunyuan Dan with more than 500 pills inside, as well as a bottle of restoration pills for healing purposes with more than 300 pills. Enough. Chen Xiang knew that he shouldn't be too greedy, otherwise he would be seen through. Just you wait, I'll be the first prince soon. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he left quickly. Manager Ma let out a sigh of relief. This immortal sword is really good stuff. I'll sell it off after a while. Chuckled in his heart. He was very satisfied that he managed to deceive so many heaven-level pills. Qin Xiang continued to act like this He-Fong, and sprinted all the way to the palace entrance. The palace was located right in the middle of this main palace, surrounded by a very tall giant wall. Usually it would be extremely difficult to enter, but now that Chen Xiang had entered it with his appearance, it was like he was strolling in the streets. Let's go to the place where they grow the herbs. Su Meiyao laughed. Take everything that you can take. Chen Xiang was excited and wished that he could run over immediately. However, that would be too suspicious. He only walked around quickly, and the problem right now was that he did not know where the medicine garden was. This palace is too big. It wouldn't be easy to loot it. Chun Xiang sighed helplessly. He was going to use the heaven tour with Long Shui right now to look for the place where the medicinal herbs were grown. Long Shui was more familiar with this place, so she quickly got an idea. The last time you were concocting pills in here, you should have been in the 6th prince's territory, so you should go in first. Long Shui said. Under Long Shui's guidance, Chun Xiang entered the huge villa. The ones in charge of guarding the gates were the 2 immortal monarchs, and they did not suspect him in the slightest, because Chun Xiang had pretended to be in a hurry to enter, and it was currently the middle of a huge battle. This seemed to be natural in the eyes of many. Of course, it was mainly because Chun Xiang could imitate the qi unique to Hefeng's body, so no one would doubt him. This 6th prince is amazing. There are even a few immortal kings hidden in there. You should be careful, Kiki. Long Shui said. There are still a few immortal kings. It's quite troublesome. I wonder if there are any immortal kings at the place where the medicinal herbs are planted. Chun Xiang was worried that he wouldn't be able to hide from the immortal kings. The herbs in the 60,000 shops were all of low-grade heaven level S, which meant the Hunyuan Dan could be obtained just by having them. And the things that were grown in the 6th prince's residence were definitely good stuff that might even have immortal grade S. The herbs in the 60,000 shops were all of low-grade heaven level S, which meant the Hunyuan Dan could be obtained just by having them. And the things that were grown in the 6th prince's residence were definitely good stuff that might even have immortal grade S. I found it. It's a valley, but there are 2 immortal kings inside. Long Shui said. But Chun Xiang hesitated. There were 2 immortal kings in that place. If they were to be seen, he would be in deep trouble. Shui, take a look and see if there are any precious herbs. If there's anything worth taking risks with, go and try. Anyway, this little scoundrel didn't escape from the immortal king's hands once or twice. Su Meiyao said, although Chun Xiang had escaped from the immortal king a few times, he would still feel pressured if he went there now. However, if it was like what Su Meiyao had said, taking a risk once was not a problem with immortal, grade, medicinal herbs that were worth taking risks. Send what you saw into my mind. Let me see what's inside. Su Meiyao said as he walked toward the valley. After a while, Su Meiyao exclaimed, Myriad Dan Immortal Country is indeed powerful, to actually have such a thing. Hearing Su Meiyao's words, Chun Xiang was sure that he had to enter that valley. What's that? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. The Tianshan holy fruit tree has already formed a Tianshan holy fruit above. That is the holy level's medicinal herb. Su Meiyao said excitedly, one of the main ingredients to concoct that pill. In order for Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to recover their strength, they had to eat that type of holy pellet. The main ingredients required were all holy level S, and there were already jade, dragon flower, blood ginseng, and holy lotus seeds. Chun Xiang did not know how much more he would need, but if he could get it now, he would definitely try his best to get a hold of it. There are still some immortal fruits inside, but they are far worse than the Tianshan holy fruit. After you enter, your main target will be the Tianshan holy fruit, so don't worry about anything else to prevent yourself from being suspected. Su Meiyao warned. The one guarding the door was a mortal monarch. He didn't ask much and let Chun Xiang in. The eldest son of the 6th prince, Hefeng, who had once annihilated a demon palace, was a very respectable person in the eyes of many immortal monarch. If the 6th prince could become the new king, then Hefeng might become the future king. Chun Xiang enjoyed this feeling a lot, but his main goal was the Tianshan holy fruit. In the future, when he becomes a very powerful alchemist, even the immortal country king would have to be respectful to him. Little Feng, aren't we fighting in the 20th palace right now? Why are you back? An old man with a long white beard slowly floated in front of Chun Xiang, and at this moment, Chun Xiang saw that the valley was filled with many precious herbs that made people drool. It was as if Long Shui had ran out and eaten everything. You said you were poisoned, and he wanted the Tian Shan holy fruit to detoxify it. This kind of fruit is indeed useful for detoxifying poisons, especially the super old poison. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang sighed. I've been infected with the super old poison. Right now I'm only using the power in my body to suppress the spread of the poison. Hearing the magical corruption gas, the old man immediately retreated a few steps. This was something many people would do. He frowned and said, I want to look at your blood. At this time, another immortal king appeared. It was a very short old man, and he said, if the poison is too deep, we can only use Tian Shan holy fruit. Let's first see your blood, and see to what extent you can suppress the spread of the poison. To Qin Xiang, this was nothing at all. He took out a jade bowl, then took out He Feng's immortal sword, cut open his finger, and squeezed out a few drops of purplish-black poisonous blood. If not for the fact that your own innate qi was powerful enough to suppress this strange poison, I'm afraid that you would have died a long time ago. The short elder sighed with a look of reluctance on his face. However, he still flew towards the snow jade-like tree. There was a silver-white fruit on it, and it looked like it was only the size of an egg. I never thought that a magical corruption gas would appear. We had already heard that people from the devil-suppressing divine palace were chasing after the devil scorpion princess, and they were even chasing after him at 20 palaces. We never thought that she would actually use poison on you. The long-bearded old man said, Who asked me to destroy a demon palace last time? Maybe the devil scorpion princess has a grudge against me, and he doesn't want me to die too quickly. She's very strong, and it's a sneak attack as well. I can't guard against it. Qin Xiang said while pretending to be angry, Wait until your father calls her king. When that happens, you have to place a bounty on her. The long-bearded old man patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. The short elder took the Tian Shan holy fruit and gave it to Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang received it, he was extremely excited, and he tried his best to control his emotions to calm down. I will return now and go into seclusion to refine this holy fruit. By the time I come out, my royal father should have already become the new king. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he kept the holy fruit and bowed to the two elders. He did not dare say anything else as he was worried that he would become a spy. Qin Xiang walked out of the valley and almost sprinted towards the palace's gate. Although he had obtained the Tian Shan holy fruit, he was still in the palace. Quickly, those two old fellows took out the jade talismans and sent a message. I wonder who they were sending a message to. If it was the sixth prince, you would definitely have been discovered. Long Shui suddenly urged Qin Xiang to speed up. Qin Xiang had already arrived at the gate, but he saw the two immortal monarchs at the gate take out trembling jade talismans. Qin Xiang immediately ran out of the door, and the two immortal monarchs did not stop him, because they did not see the information inside the jade token. However, when they saw it, their expressions became ugly, and he immediately looked outside the door, where Qin Xiang had long disappeared. Haha, it's here. This group of idiots were fighting to the death in the 20 palaces, yet their own lair was raided by me. Qin Xiang laughed in his heart. At that moment he had already reached the exit, but just as he was about to exit, the door suddenly closed. The use of transmission array is also prohibited. Qin Xiang looked in the direction of the transmission array and saw many people complaining. That's for sure. The matter of losing the holy level's medicinal ingredients is extremely serious, so this kind of action is normal. Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. It's fine to stay here for a few more days, since they can't find you. If I'm lucky, I might be able to see He Feng's FLU, S-tiered look. Did not know what the battle situation was like right now, nor did he want to understand. What he cared more about was the outcome, and to see who would become the new king of the Myriad Dan immortal country in the end. I wonder how teacher is doing. This old lunatic is so strong. He must have gotten quite a bit of benefits. From the window of Qin Xiang's hotel room, he could see the door of the number 6 shop in the distance. At this moment, The main street had already been sealed, and the shop's big doors were also tightly shut. Chun Xiang was lying on his bed when he suddenly heard loud yelling. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was already late at night, but it was so lively outside he immediately guessed that the battle was over and there was already a conclusion. Chun Xiang was lying on his bed when he suddenly heard loud yelling. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was already late at night, but it was so lively outside he immediately guessed that the battle was over and there was already a conclusion. Sure enough, shouts came from outside. It was all from the direction of the sixth shop, and Chun Xiang knew that the sixth prince had obtained victory right away. If the sixth prince is pretty powerful, he could successfully ascend the throne against 6 others. The princes who lost can no longer stay in the main palace. They can only stay in some of the nearby immortal palaces. Su Meiyao said, even if he won, he still stirred up a lot of hatred. At least the Golden Rock King of Imperial Avian race would hate him. Chuckled, he had not touched the small gold eagle's corpse yet, so now was not the right time, and this place was not suitable either. Actually, you're also a big winner. Su Meiyao laughed. Chun Xiang swindled the 6th prince's Tian Shan holy fruit away and obtained He Feng's immortal sword. He killed a small gold eagle, and indeed his harvest was plentiful. Right now, he really wanted to leave this main palace, but the matter of the Tian Shan holy fruit being swindled away had caused this place to be sealed. There should be a lot of people leaving the main palace right now. For example, those big powers that have come to partake. 1. P8 in the battle. If the blockade is too long, then the 6th prince will just become the new king, which will arouse many people's disgust. Su Meiyao said, after Chun Xiang obtained the Tian Shan holy fruit and a small gold eagle, he wanted to quickly find a safe place to look around. Only by leaving this 10,000 pills palace would it be safe. In a magnificent palace, many immortal king-level experts were gathered here. Even though they had obtained the final victory, they were not very happy because they had suffered heavy losses. W.A.N. Ji Cheongjin's face turned ugly. She could be said to have taken back her life, but she was unable to use all of her strength in this short period of time. It was already not bad that she could still walk. The faces of the Imperial Dragon Clan's Dragon Kings were heavy. Out of the few little Emperor Dragon that they had brought with them, a few had died, and 2 of them were unknown. The 6th prince's brows were knitted tightly as he listened to the reports from the 2 immortal kings protecting the medicinal garden in the valley. Everyone was also carefully listening to the 2 immortal kings' narration of the Tian Shan holy fruit being swindled away. He Feng's expression was the ugliest because that person was pretending to be him. Not only did that person swindle the Tian Shan holy fruit away, he even swindled some heaven-level pills from the 6th shop. Who exactly is this person? What we can be sure of is that this person is the one who used the magical corruption gas, ambushed Fenger, and used poison to attack Hall Master W. An old man said. This guy isn't very strong. He might just have entered the immortal monarch, but he has countless of tricks up his sleeve and is also very cunning. He Feng said angrily, we must find this guy. The Imperial Dragon Clan Dragon Kings gave a similar look. One of the middle-aged men said, I think this guy might not be human. It was a dragon, a white dragon that had not appeared in our Imperial Dragon Clan for many years. At that time, we could sense a very weak white dragon aura. Furthermore, what he is using is not the appearance-changing technique, but the sacred art, the transformation technique from our Imperial Dragon Clan. This kind of high-level cultivation technique is not something that just anyone can learn. For example, we cannot master it. The experts here more or less knew about the affairs of the Imperial Dragon Clan. It is said that the white dragon is extinct in your Imperial Dragon Clan and only existed in the Primal Era. That means this white dragon should be considered to be from your Imperial Dragon Clan. An immortal king of Fire Divine Palace said, back then, the White Dragon Clan was expelled by the Imperial Dragon Clan. The White Dragon Clan was not willing to accept this, and went back to Imperial Dragon Clan to fight. A huge battle broke out. At that time, all the old dragons in the Imperial Dragon Clan were dispatched, and all the white dragons were annihilated. When the Dragon King said this, everyone understood that if Bai Long was still alive, then he would definitely be filled with hatred and would be opposing the Imperial Dragon Clan. Ji Cheongjin said in a cold voice, "But the fellow who attacked me, he grasped an extremely strong power to suppress devils, as well as the power of devils. Of course, there are dragon power-s as well. So how can you explain this?" The Dragon King sighed. "That's even more certain. That's the white dragon. What's amazing about the white dragon is that they can cultivate many types of powers without conflict. The white dragon is like a huge piece of white paper that can be painted with all kinds of colors." The sixth prince realized that although this unknown enemy was weak, it was very difficult to deal with. "If that's the case, I'm afraid there's no need to seal off the entire Immortal Palace. We simply can't find him. The white dragon possesses a lot of memories and inheritances, and one of the ancestral dragons has a white dragon, but it's actually quite strong. Because the white dragon can control a lot of different types of powers, the white dragon possesses a lot of different kinds of techniques and methods. Not to mention capturing it, it would be hard to find it even if you wanted to." The Dragon King said. At this moment, the faces of these royals were grave. Everyone could guess that they were worried that the white dragon would grow and then seek revenge. Long Shui was indeed very powerful, growing up very quickly. She had mastered many abilities, and her origins were also very mysterious. At this moment, she was humming a song, fantasizing about eating bird meat. The blockade has been lifted. At daybreak, Qin Xiang heard someone shouting outside the window. "Hurry up and go eat the bird meat. I can't wait any longer and will come back after eating. The new king's position will definitely be very lively." The corpse of the small gold eagle was frozen inside the ring, but she did not move because she did not know how to bake. Even if she wanted to, it would not be as delicious as Chun Xiang's bake. She was worried that it would be wasted. Chun Xiang also wanted to quickly try it, so he immediately left the hotel and walked towards the transmission array. On the way, he heard many people talking about things that he was more concerned about, such as how people used magical corruption gas during the Great Battle, causing W.A. and Ji Cheongjin to be half dead. However, no one knew who used magical corruption gas. Devil-suppressing Divine Palace paid more attention to this matter. He immediately posted their bounty with a high bounty-related clues. At this time, Qin Xiang had become a young man with a common face. Pa-S. Sing by the Myriad Dan building, he unintentionally raised his head to look at the third floor and thought about the mysterious Elder Uncle Li. What made him surprised was he saw the Elder Uncle Li standing next to a window on the third floor. Elder Uncle Li had a smile on his face, as if he was looking at him. "This old guy is very secretive. It seems like he saw through my transformation technique and even discovered me." Chun Xiang felt a burst of fear, then anxiously walked toward the transmission array. "He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Let's have a private chat and see what his background is," Long Shui said. Chun Xiang stood in front of the transmission array and asked Long Shui where they should go. "Let's go to the Flying Snow Palace. It's quieter there, and it's snowing all year round, so it's very suitable for eating barbecue." Su Meiyao chuckled. "When the time comes, we can find a safe ice valley and eat together with you." "Really?" Chun Xiang was overjoyed. Then he told the manager of the transmission array that he would be teleported to the Flying Snow Palace. There was only one person here who wanted to go to this palace, so the price was very expensive. "Really?" Chun Xiang was overjoyed. Then he told the manager of the transmission array that he would be teleported to the Flying Snow Palace. There was only one person here who wanted to go to this palace, so the price was very expensive. Chun Xiang left the busy city and headed towards the desolate plains of the palace. He traveled through a large group of tall and big snow mountains and ran wildly as he pleased. At the bottom of the ravine was a pond, and right now, Xiang was at the edge of the pond. A fire was rising, and he was currently roasting the golden rock meat. Long Shui had already run out of the ring. She was originally wearing a snow-white dress, but she had already taken it off and changed into a light one. She rolled up her sleeves and held the roasted meat in her hands. It was rare for Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to come out, although Xiang could always chat with the two girls, he rarely saw them. At this time, seeing this pair of beautiful and delicate women wearing luxurious clothes made him a little dazed. Bai Yu appeared to be extremely cautious, holding onto a plate that was filled with meat that Xiang had cut up. She placed it in her mouth as she watched her surroundings. But Su Meiyao had a charming smile on her face as she ate, while looking at Xiang with her mesmerizing eyes and chattering continuously with him, occasionally teasing him with her charming eyes. That small gold eagle is not small. It's enough for us to eat for a while. Right now, we are only eating the flesh of a bigwing. Long Shui's mouth was full of meat, and a little bit of meat juice was stuck on his mouth and face, making both Xiang and Su Meiyao laugh. Bai Yu and Su Meiyao sat beside Xiang. In the beginning, it was Xiang who sliced their flesh, but at the end, it was them who helped Xiang and Long Shui to enjoy the golden rock feast. Sister Yu, you still have gravy on your mouth? Quickly let this little scoundrel lick it for you. Don't waste it. When Long Shui saw it, he giggled. Xiang really wanted to go over and kiss Bai Yu's small mouth that was covered in meat juice, but he didn't dare. Bai Yu licked her lips, rolled her eyes, and said softly, "No need." Senior sister, I never thought that we would be able to eat golden rock meat in our lifetime. Back then, Master always brought this matter up on his lips. Su Meiyao laughed. The golden rock meat is really good, but it's missing something. Bai Yu faintly smiled, and then looked towards Xiang. Something's missing. Xiang frowned and asked, "There's less to drink." Long Shui called out, then took out a jug of wine, and poured out a few cups of water that emitted a sweet fragrance. Xiang didn't know where she got this water from, but after drinking it for a while, he still wanted to drink it again. But this little dragon treated it like a treasure and only gave him half a cup. It should be about now. I should go to the Myriad Dan immortal country to take a look. The new king's position is very lively. Su Meiyao said. Bai Yu and Su Meiyao's eyes were filled with reluctance. To be able to return to the heaven realm from their new life and to eat and chat while reminiscing about the past had made them extremely happy in their hearts. But they were soon going to return to the ring. Right now, they were looking forward to such a simple life, and it was the easiest for many people. Xiang flew out of the ravine and madly ran amidst the flying snowflakes, filled with worry. He really wanted Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to walk out of the ring without being worried at all. There will be a day. Xiang told himself. The main immortal palace of the Myriad Dan immortal country was currently gathered with people from all over the place, and the majority of them were alchemists. As the new king, most of the activities would be in favor of the alchemist. And in the eyes of many of the alchemists, this was also a gathering of the alchemist. Once Xiang returned, he immediately went to the Myriad Dan building. Here, he would quickly learn some good things about the alchemist. As expected, the elder Uncle Li was here. Xiang had also changed his appearance, but when he arrived, the elder Uncle Li opened his eyes slightly, looked at him for a bit, and then closed his eyes. There were only a few idle people who surrounded elder Uncle Li's pill refining stalls. This was because elder Uncle Li's pill refining skills were extremely brilliant. Those who were watching him wanted to learn something from him, or comprehend something. Elder Uncle Li, can you help me refine a batch of pills? Xiang immediately asked as soon as he arrived at the side. Everyone looked at him strangely, because asking others to help him concoct pills was extremely rude. Sure. The people from Elder Uncle Li were also surprised. Xiang smiled faintly as he took out a portion of Relive Dan's medicinal ingredients and said it over. Elder Uncle Li himself took out a few supplementary medicinal ingredients and threw them into the furnace. Elder Uncle Li refining the relived Dan was also very fast. Everyone knew that. Not long after Qin Xiang opened the furnace, Elder Uncle Li only had one relived Dan. When Qin Xiang received the relived Dan, he felt something inside and turned around to leave after receiving it. He originally wanted to use his divine sense to talk to the Elder Uncle Li, but the Elder Uncle Li did not respond to him. No wonder he was only able to cultivate one pellet. The peak level of an Elder Uncle Li should be 3. One of them said as he watched Qin Xiang leave. Qin Xiang brought the relived Dan to the first floor. He was not in a hurry to see what was inside, because he heard about the palace selection compet. 1. Tie-in as well as the pill refining compet. 1 tie-in. What was worth noting was that this pill refining compet. 1. Tie-in was not as simple as just a compet. 1. Tie-in, but also a challenge from the myriad Dan immortal country to the fused sacred Dan realm. When the time comes, the compet. 1. Tie-in would be split into 3 parts, one representing the sacred Dan realm, the other representing the myriad Dan immortal country, and then there would be an individual or a representative representing their own forces partic. 1. P8ing. If it's a challenge to the sacred Dan realm, the rewards will definitely be very rich. I wonder what the rewards will be like. Qin Xiang was very much looking forward to this. He planned to join in the fun. I might even meet someone I know. Qin Xiang walked out of the Myriad Dan building, and then he crushed the relived Dan Elder Uncle Li had refined for him. He saw that there was actually a small slip of paper hidden inside. Late at night, Wuxi Mountain. There were only these few words on it.